this time for the 4-hour Trofeu GT Endurance race with 17 cars of various different classes lining up to take part for 4 hours of action across the Autódromo Internacional de Algarve. Ultimate Cup's first visit to this part of South Portugal. Have raced in Estoril before, but never in Portimão since its inception in 2019. We're going to be doing it for 4 hours with these GT cars, with a mixture of GT3 level machinery in USC 1. And those are our top 2 cars on the grid, actually. We'll go through the grid in just a bit, but we also have the Porsche Cup machinery. Also the Ferrari 488 Challenge cars, that's USC 3. Also a mix of the Vortexes as well. USC 4 for GT4 machinery, and then USC Light for the 4 Alpine Cup cars that have been outfitted by Chazal Technology. And contrary to what we believed after qualifying, well, what we didn't see was that David Hallyday had a couple of his lap times deleted. It is the number 20 Vortex on pole position for this race. Arnaud and Olivier Gomez, who will be at the wheel of the Vortex, the 2.0 version. The Gomez brothers leading the Vortex team and leading this race from pole position ahead of the Vision Ferrari 488 GT3 entry on the front row of the grid. Chris Stevens and Claire Cottingham in the commentary box for the next 4 hours of action. Claire, looking forward to getting this one started.
Do you know what? It's much windier out there than it looks. Over the last,
Isn't it just?
Yeah, over the last about hour, I've been in and out of the pits, and in the last hour and a half or so, the wind has really picked up, which I wonder if it was affecting a couple of the cars in the session before. We saw a couple of red flags. So it'd be really interesting to see what happens over a 4-hour stint here with the wind as it is, because it's almost a bit like a tunnel going down the pit lane. So with such a hilly circuit, so I dread to think how windy it is at the top of there.
Yeah, I was quite grateful for that breeze actually when I was standing on the podium doing the announcements there, because it is in direct sunlight. It is fantastically hot out there this weekend, and not just saying that as a Brit used to cooler temperatures, but no, it is rather toasty out there.
It's been absolutely glorious, and we've had some brilliant racing here. Portimão, the first time that the Ultimate Cup Series has come here, so a lot of these drivers do know the circuit. It's a well-known circuit. Obviously, Formula One came here in 2021 with Lewis Hamilton winning, and Valtteri Bottas in second, and Max Verstappen in third. We haven't heard that for a while, have we? So some of the drivers know it very well. They can obviously watch a lot of stuff as well online, because it's quite a well-known circuit. So a lot of them are looking forward to this as well. Every single driver I've spoken to, you know, it's coined the roller coaster, isn't it, out there? And yeah, I'm looking forward to this. The first 4 hours that we've got another 6-hour race tomorrow in a different series, so it's going to be exciting, isn't it? It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to seeing how they all do out there. And in the heat, a lot of the drivers down there when I was speaking to them, were incredibly sweaty, which you're used to seeing after you're pushing out on a track like this, and especially in these heats. But a lot of them said actually it's a lot hotter than we've been seeing in the past. So it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, as the sun starts to go down, it will get a bit cooler out there. What we have noticed in the evenings, Chris, is that it does get a lot cooler actually in the mornings and the evenings here. The temperatures definitely drop, so they're going to be managing the drop of temperature as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's the kind of place where when the sun goes down, it does suddenly get very chilly, and you start to feel that breeze just a little bit more out there. But certainly inside the cars right now, they will be feeling it. We're actually due to finish in sort of sunset and a twilight. We were due to finish at 8:25. That's if we get this race underway on schedule. We have of course had some small delays to the schedule, not least because of the European Endurance Prototype Cup qualifying. We had a couple of red flags, so this race is due to get underway at 16:25, which we might actually make and finish on schedule for approximately a 8:30 finish. Yeah, it will be in the sort of twilight, as we mentioned, so they'll need to get the headlights working at some point, I'm sure. But, it's the pole position on the left-hand side as we're looking at it now, with the orange vortex starting.
You can hear the wind.
Yeah, you can.
It is rattling on the Atmos mics out there. Honestly, it's got. Listen, I mean, it's not the most fascinating noise in the world, but it's just showing how windy it is out there, and you can see the flag sort of flapping in the wind there, and shirts moving around. So it's going to be a lot more to contend with than just pootling around for 4 hours and hoping you win. I think that wind could catch a few off. Obviously, it's not like a single-seater car where you get a gust and it can take you off course. But these cars they can get caught out by the wind, especially if the wind changes direction very quickly. It can knock you off course, especially if you're trying to fight for position or defending for a position. So it'll be interesting to see.
Certainly will. 17 cars racing across the different categories. So we have UCS 1, which is for GT3 competition, but also the Vortex has been allowed into that as the formation lap gets underway. The Porsche Cup category for well, self-explanatory, that one, Porsche Cup. Now the Vortex getting very slow away there on the formation lap, but the formation lap is now underway.
It's probably the slowest we'll see it getting off the line. It's a very fast car, that Ferrari 488. See a GT3 car out there, so it's a lot quicker than some of the cars in different categories. But it's been a joy to see out on track. I spoke to one of the drivers, David Hallyday earlier, and he was pretty happy. Was that today or yesterday? That was this morning, wasn't it? It was definitely this morning. The day has been incredibly long and lovely and great racing, but sometimes hard to remember when you spoke to people. But anyway,
you had a great one in the Formula Cup earlier.
Oh, we had a good old race. We did have it. If you haven't watched that, head over to the YouTube channel that you've probably found this stream on, and there's the Formula Cup race. It was the third race, and it was some incredible racing. That's why I'm excited about this one, because it really, really gave us our money's worth.
So, just running through the grid then, it is the number 20 Vortex starting on pole position. That's Arnaud and Olivier Gomez in the orange-black machine. Then it's the Vision number 1 Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. So both CS1 cars starting on the front row of the grid. Then we have the Porsche Cup pole sitter in third position. That is Carl and Cesar van der Westen in the 2B Autosport Porsche, and then the number 7 alongside him is their teammate of Romain and Olivier Favre and Jan Pen Lu on the second row of the grid. Then the third of the UCS1 cars, which is the second Vortex 2.0 car of Solon Amrouche and Cyril Calmont. And then another of the Porsche Cup cars, which is the 89 GP Racing Team car of Gabriel Pimart, Loic Thier and Anthony Beltoy. Then comes the 701, the previous generation Vortex of Christophe Derenu, Stéphane Gouvenet and Jimmy Luminaire. 908 is the Porsche Cup cars, so 908 of Seb Lejeune Racing, and then the 91 of Mirage Racing. Then comes the USC 4 pole sitter, the BMW L'Espace Bienvenu, and then the 71 Martinet by Almeris Porsche Cup car, and then the first of our UCS light cars, the Alpines, so the 123 from Chazelle Racing Technology, then the number 13 GL Racing Team Audi R8 GT4, And then the number 19, the 110 and the 93 Chazelle technology cars in the grid, rounded out by the number 29 XP Racing car after that car had a technical issue and didn't manage to take part in Q3. So expect that car to make forward progress as we get underway for 4 hours of racing in the Trofeu Gte 4-hour endurance in Portimão. 17 cars across 5 different classes ready to do battle as the safety car peels right. And it will be the Vortex on the right-hand side, driver's right, the left-hand side as we now look at it, that will unleash the taps on that 6.2 litre V8 to get this 4-hour endurance race underway. The Vortex leads the Ferrari coming into the first corner, and the Porsche Cup cars getting very rowdy into the first turn. That looked like they're the 89 GP Racing team car trying to get up on the inside of the first corner, but it is still the 2B Autosport cars 1 and 2. Contact in the middle of the pack. Round has gone the number 71 after contact with the XP Racing car. So that's the Martina by Almera's car, and that's also collected one of the Alpines, and that is the number 19. So we have 3 cars in the wars there. Well, the 19 rather more of an innocent victim there, and we said that the XP Racing car, the 29, would be trying to make forward progress after not competing in all the qualifying sessions. But round has gone the 71, and it was. Actually, we can't see who's in that car because they haven't crossed the timing loop. So we only have the top ones out. But the safety car has been deployed.
It's an unfortunate place, isn't it? We've seen a couple of incidents there because there is a tiny little bit of runoff. So I think the drivers almost think that they have a bit more space than they do to get around that turn. But actually, the gravel has caught them off. And the safety car is out clearly to get some of that gravel off the track as well, because that's not what any car wants to be driving over, but also for the stricken car of 71, which I think it was 71, is still sitting in the gravel. So here's the replay.
So the Vortex getting away very nicely. The V8 on that car powering it away. The V8 in the Ferrari actually as well. Incidentally, hadn't quite made it to the twin turbo V6 yet with the 488. But here we might get a decent view here of what happens. So looking to the left of picture is the Martina car on the inside of the XP Racing car that then I think tags it again as it tries to go round, puts it in the gravel, and that's what eventually spins it round. The poor number 19 car just had absolutely nowhere to go, but at the very least under safety car, Benoit Marion will be able to get up to the back of the pack.
Yeah, it looked like 71 just got a little bit too hot into that right-hander and managed to take out 2 cars in the process while spinning themselves round to face the wrong way, and are now stuck in the gravel and still there, as you can see on the right of your screen. Wouldn't be able to get out the car while the track's still live in that sort of way. So the safety car will continue to bring these cars around this incredible track. My first time ever to this track, loving it. I think it's a really exciting track.
I always describe it as modern classic.
A modern classic, I like that.
It's a relatively new one, but kind of old school with the elevation change.
Yeah, you're right. It's one that I wish we saw more on a lot more calendars as well, because it's definitely in a lovely part of the world and a really exciting track. That's a great one. We're back racing. That's a great corner, turn 5, which is this very tight hairpin. And it's got a big old sausage curb on the left there. And I spoke to one of the drivers earlier. There's quite a few sausage curbs around this track. I spoke to one of the drivers earlier who said, I said, oh, you know, have they caused you any troubles yet? And he said, the rule is do not touch them. Yeah. Which is fair enough, but you've got to hit your apex at the same time. So it's a technical track, this one. The
curb at turn 1 in particular is rather nasty, and I have known it to bend the front suspension of cars that have gotten a little bit too aggressive.
Seems to be more
with that curb.
Sorry, it seems to be more track limits that are catching people out today, doesn't it? Rather than these sausage curbs, which is the nature of the car. If it was a constant single seaters out there, I think they'll probably lose a few more floors.
Yes, quite. The GT cars are normally able to handle the curbs a little bit better. So that start incident is under investigation, unsurprisingly. Slightly interesting that XP Racing putting their quick driver in, Javier Pompidou, their silver-rated driver, Philippe Papin and Roland Marchi, both bronze-rated. So that just goes to show what the plan was for them at the start of the race, which was to make up ground early doors. But at the moment, they're still, of course, 16th, and actually in the pit lane as well. So there may be some damage on that XP Racing Ferrari 488 Challenge car. And so we could be down to 15.
It is a good time to dive into the pit lane regardless. If maybe there is an issue under the safety car, obviously it's an opportune time to, even if maybe it would be at the back anyway, so just go in and have it checked under the safety car. But hopefully we don't lose another car.
So it's Arnaud Gomez who is leading the field in the number 20. The 1998 Formula France champion and French Formula Renault 2-litre champion the same year as well. But since then, alongside his brother, has created the Vortex brand. They've raced in French GT4 together. They have won the GTX category in the Corvette 24-hour series together back in 2021 with their machinery. So it's a successful partnership there, and it's David Hallyday, the French singer, songwriter, actor, that is chasing him down. Amateur racing driver, of course, as well. The 57-year-old from Boulogne-Billancourt. Be joined later on in the car by Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani. Another very successful partnership in the Ultimate Cup, having won many titles together in the Endurance GT category.
See how many Hallyday songs we can get into the commentary.
Yes,
Ooh la la.
I had a yes. That's a relatively easy one.
Do you know what? I want to take my time while I think about it.
You do that.
Tears of Earth is going to be tough.
That is going to be hard. The Requiem pour un fou is definitely, that's the hardest one. Yeah.
Oh, I've got a lot here.
Well, I'd need a translation for these, actually, because I don't know if I've just said something inappropriate on air, actually. So we have to...
we apologise to...
I've had a change of heart about it.
Oh!
Yes!
Oof. We're going to be... I'm not sure how I'm going to get He's My Girl in. Anyway.
That was the big one, wasn't it?
Was it?
That was the hit.
1988.
The big hit. Yes.
Gosh. I'm going to have to go listen to them. We'll listen to some on the car back, on the way back.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we've got to kill time getting to the airport tomorrow somehow, haven't we?
Well, exactly. We could listen to the Hallyday...
The Hallyday hits.
Essentials.
Yeah.
I'm in.
We should listen to his dad as well, Johnny.
Yep.
Because he's credited with bringing rock and roll to France.
Oh, that's a big claim.
Yeah, it is quite a big claim.
Fair enough.
Actually, and then maybe after that we can rent some movies for his cousin, Michael Vartan, and then his half-sister Laura Smet as well. Very talented family. Very talented family.
Got a lot going on.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
So still under safety car conditions here. Just gone past the 9-minute mark. That car still being cleared away. Good time to thank the marshals for their efforts.
He was in the Hunger Games.
Was he?
This is a different one. Not that I'm on IMDb. So this is the. Is this the same person? Yeah, that looks like him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in the Hunger Games. So there you go.
Wow.
Jersey Girl, Baywatch. He's got a great tan. So
all things I can
imagine that.
never watched. So.
What? You've never seen the Hunger Games?
I haven't.
We've had too many conversations over the last few days about what is your favourite movie and what's my favourite movie, and some we don't see eye to eye on. So maybe the Hunger Games is very good though.
Many people have told me that, but just haven't gone around to it yet. But yeah, we're not going to reignite that argument.
Not on air.
Not on air.
We'll do it later.
No, do it in the bar afterwards.
To be clear, we've spent a lot of time together this weekend, so we've had to go through favourite colours, favourite all sorts of favourites.
Someone's enjoying Alfredo Hernandez's BDR competition Lamborghini Super Trofeo there in pit lane. That car was out in the GTS race earlier. So it was great to see the smiles on faces seeing cars up close for the first time. It's kind of the beauty of GT racing as well. Significantly more accessible for the fans in general than a lot of single-seater racing. We've got slowing up here, and safety car lights are off, so we are going to go racing. Once again, it will be Arnaud Gomez aboard the number 20 Vortex that leads David Hallyday across the line. And we will get this race back underway. And of course the Porsche Cup battle as well, one to watch, because we've got the top 4 in Porsche Cup now line astern with Carl van der Westen, Yen-Pan Liu, Seb Lejeune and Anthony Beltoy. Now all line astern from 3rd down to 6th position. And Arnaud Gomez has put his foot down to the floor. He's opened up the taps again on that 6.2 litre V8 Vortex, and has left David Hallyday rather napping there on the restart, but the Ferrari still following in his wheel tracks, and the Ferrari looking significantly quicker in a straight line, because whatever gap the Vortex had at the start of the straight, well, the Ferrari just absolutely hoovered it back up again by the time they got into turn 1. They are closely being followed by the Porsche Cup leader, Carl van der Westen. That car is taking one of the more significant penalties in this race. You take penalties at each pit stop based on your combination of drivers, the driver gradings. And as they don't have a bronze driver, they are taking a rather hefty 31 seconds of balance penalty at each of the pit stops. So that is going to be tough to come back from. But now that was David Hallyday trying on the inside. They got good momentum out of the Toro Vip hairpin at turn 5, but unable to do anything going into the right-hander at turn 7. And Hallyday decided that discretion was the better part of valor there. So we see the 1.0 Vortex, the 701 car, sticking on the back of that Porsche Cup battle as well in 7th position. Jimmy Lunier, former Legends cars racer here in the Ultimate Cup. And we have Cyril Salmon in the other Vortex, the 2.0 machine. Although there is, I'm told, still differences between the number 20 and the number 21 cars, and such as the reason for the difference in speed. Right, 2nd in Porsche Cup, up for grabs here. Seb Lejeune in the 908, chasing Yen-Pan Liu for 4th position overall. And now both running very silver liveries, but you see the yellow trimming on the the Anthony Beltoy's car, I should say, actually, not Seb Lejeune. That's just updated on the timing screen. The number 89 car from the GP Racing team is the one that is chasing 2nd place in the Porsche Cup category.
Nice battle there for the Porsche Cup category, with 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th all fighting on track for position, which is always nice to see. Sometimes with the bigger grids, they're not fighting for position anymore. The car in front is maybe in a different class, so that could get a bit spicy as the race goes on.
There is the Martinet by Almera's car that's been brought back into pit lane, looking rather sorry. Hasn't actually picked up any damage by the looks of it, by the little scrape against the XP Racing Ferrari. Right, into the pits has come Javier Pompidou. I wasn't quite sure when that was.
Yeah, I was trying to work that out.
I think that was on the previous lap.
Yeah, I think he's, let me see if I can look down. Sometimes we can look down.
It's the XP Racing car, so the car that the Martinet Porsche collided with. And there was some damage to that car, I think. So
I think it's come in.
Yeah. Yep, certainly has. So right now it's listed as 16th. But, back with the Porsche Cup battle for second position in class, and now making a move is Anthony Baltoy. The number 89 GP Racing Team car goes on the inside of Yan Pen Lu.
He's on a mission. The silver driver obviously on 2 bronze drivers, but in the space of 2 laps has moved up 2 positions. It's pretty good.
It's Anthony Baltoy, very familiar with the French viewers, I'm sure, as a multiple Carrera Cup France champion and French GT champion in years gone by. He's also the son of Jean-Pierre, who was a race winner in Grand Prix motorcycle racing and of course Grand Prix F1 racing, as we see a replay of the manoeuvre, and also the nephew of Francois Sever, another F1 race winner.
That's a good fact.
Yeah, so runs in the family by the looks of it. The 52-year-old Frenchman, silver class driver, as we mentioned, up against Yan Pen Lu, the bronze driver. Made 3 appearances in the GT Endurance Championship with the Ultimate Cup last year alongside Olivier Favre. And took class podiums on 2 of those occasions, and Olivier sharing the car with his son Roman for this weekend as well. And that combination did the Castellet season opener of the GT Endurance Championship. And they were on the podium together, so nice moment for them. Right, this is back with the overall leader, still David Hallyday, looking at the back of Arnaud Gomez's Vortex.
He has closed that gap a little bit though, hasn't he? He can't quite get the traction or work out exactly where's the best place to make a move. We're used to seeing this Ferrari in the front, so it's interesting to see how wide that Gomez is making his car and defending from this Ferrari, which is edging ever so closer every turn that we are. We're at turn 5 at the moment, that tricky hairpin.
The Vortex is definitely getting closer to GT3 speed. Now again, the good momentum there was out of turn 5. You see every time that Hallyday looks towards the inside, it loses a bit of momentum going into turn number 7, but definitely that second generation of Vortex is a marked step in performance compared to the 1.0, which is more sort of Ferrari Challenge, Porsche Cup car level of speed, whereas this car seems to be able to take on full-fledged GT3 machinery. We're used to seeing these cars out in GTX classes at Corvette series because they accommodate for cars that are built without regulation. Although we did also see them out of the Bathurst 12-hour earlier this year, if I remember correctly.
It's just dropped back again, coming onto the start-finish straight. Actually, he's dropped back quite a lot. I don't know if he made a mistake somewhere in that final sector, or he's, as you say, looking for that momentum coming into turn 5. He knows he can pick it up there, but he seems to have dropped back just slightly from Arnaud Gomez, who has led so far this entire race. See what he does when he gets up to that hairpin at turn 5, because the problem is as you come out of that hairpin at turn 5, you go up a big hill, so you would lose the momentum heading into turn 7 and 8, and when you get up to turn 7 and 8 you can't actually see the exit curb, so you're sort of guessing where you need to place the car really, or have the experience to know this circuit.
Yeah, 2 leaders pulling away from the rest of the field quite handsomely. It is 9 seconds to the Porsche Cup lead, which has just been taken by Anthony Baltoy in the GP Racing team Porsche, taking that away from Carl van der Westen. And now the second place car there, Vision Red Ferrari, there has already been given a limits for a warning for track limits at turn 14 specifically, and so this could play a part in the race where drivers could be racking up the penalties quite quickly for track limits, because it's been a big talking point throughout the weekend. We see Hallyday falling off the back there, now nearly a second, or more than that now, I'd say, behind. So this is Seb Lejeune ahead of Cyril Calmon, so the second of the two vortexes. Cyril Calmon against the Porsche Cup car. Seb Lejeune running his own team, the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux AM champion back in 2022. Continued to race in the Benelux series last year, but of course former Vortex driver as well before that in the 24-hour series, so I'm sure he knows the strengths and weaknesses of that car very nicely and how to exploit them.
He's just managed to get past, I think, Jimmy Lumiere. Or did that happen a minute ago?
Yes, it's Lumiere he's gone up against there, so there's a slight delay in the update to the timing screen there. Since the former Legends racer, the previous generation car that he has just gone up against. And then just behind them we've got the GT4 class leader, which is the L'Espèce Bienvenue BMW M4 GT4. It's Reggie Rigo de Seb.
Gap at the front has now gone over a second, with Hallyday really dropping back, actually. Maybe biding his time. We've still got over 3.5 hours to go of this race, so there's no rush. Just take his time, see how he feels. But that is fighting in the same category as well, so he needs to get past Gomez. And then behind there's still this Porsche battle going on, which I still think could get a bit more spicy once the pit lane, the pit stops start coming in, which will be happening 20 minutes time or so.
Yes, it's rather dependent on the category. The GT cars the GT3 cars, sorry, can go for up to an hour sometimes, depending on the circuit. But yeah, generally around 40 to 60 minutes is that sort of pit stop window for these machines. Jimmy Munier has gone back through on Seb Lejeune there and taken 6th position back again. We didn't see it on the pictures, but it's updated on our timing screen. This is the UCS UCS Light class leader, Frederic de Brabant, in the 123 Chazal Technology car. Frederic running in the Alpine Elf Cup Series, a gentleman class this year as well, and there's a couple of the Alpine Elf Cup regulars in those 4 entries from Chazelle for this weekend, maybe trying out a few potential drivers for later in the year. See that Bienvenue car, which is 2 cars ahead of its nearest class rival, which is the number 13 GL Racing Audi R8 GT4. Philippe Cozy in 11th position.
We're starting to just slow down a little bit, not actually slow down, but kind of calm down ahead of the pit stops, as everything sort of always gets a bit calmer in I find in endurance racing. You get a mad 20 minutes and then everyone kind of calms down, and then the pit stops happen, you get another mad 20 minutes, and then people start really pushing at different times, especially when strategy starts coming into play, different tyres, different engines obviously.
Right, we need to be watching the battle for 6th position, because Seb Lejeune's taken that back again. Ahead of Jimmy Lumiere.
Fighting between the two of them.
Yeah, so every timing loop they go through, it swaps back round again. So yeah, great fight happening for 6th position between Lejeune and Lumiere. It's the 908 Porsche Cup car from Seb Ligier himself, and the 701 Vortex. This is battle for position. It's 11th, but not for class position, of course. The UCS light car ahead of the GT4 car. So that's Frederik de Brabant ahead of Philip Cozy. Actually, no, that's the 19 Benoit Marion. That is, sorry, yeah, excuse me, I absolutely missed that in the timing order. So Benoit Marion in the 19 white Chazelle Technology car. I said February, I said, hang on a minute, that car's not red, white, and blue. So,
you went very close to the screen to see.
Yeah.
It's always that funny time, the sun's starting to set, so you start losing the visual when they go over the hill, especially. So. Oh,
the worst is at Monza.
Yeah.
Coming through the Lesmos in particular during the sunset, can't see a thing.
Imagine how the drivers feel.
It's just absolute glare. I'm saying a Euro Formula race there last year, and 2 cars went off into the barriers, and I had no clue which ones they were. So.
It's that sort of time where you're like, well, it's 2 people, and then you try and work out with the timing screen who hasn't come back round. It's not easy, this commenting stuff, is it?
No.
Commenting. I couldn't even say the word. Commenting. Right. Still the battle for 11th here we're watching?
Yes, that's the one. See it. Now, Arnaud Gomez has suddenly plummeted down to 8th position. Now, why is that?
That is...
He doesn't... he's made his first pit stop. That's why he's in pit out now, so didn't quite see it. So there are 4 mandatory stops to make for the drivers, and it's a rather complicated procedure because this being very much an entry-level championship, there is no refueling in pit lane. So what they have to do is drive into pit lane, do whatever stop is necessary, drive change tyres, etc., and then drive into the refueling area. And there is a handy-dandy map that shows the route around the refueling area that then rejoins pit lane and then back out onto the racetrack. It is more just to make sure that refueling gets done in a safe and sensible manner.
So Gomez is the first to come into the pits. He was leading the race.
28 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I feel that's a bit early. 32 minutes coming in, but he's trying to. Obviously, works for him. They've gone through the strategy and worked out what works. But he's come back out in 9th place, as you can see. So it's an interesting move. I wonder if that's going to work out for him doing an earlier stop. There's Arnaud Gomez, who has been holding off that Ferrari, #1 Ferrari of David Hallyday, for 32 minutes now. So who will be next to come in? That'll be interesting, because this battle for 5th, 6th and 7th, well 5th and 6th mostly, is still going. There's someone else that's come in actually. No, it's just car number 14's got up to 3rd because of...
It's 5 mandatory pit stops, excuse me, for this 4-hour race, not 4. And I think we can see that battle, between the Porsche and the Vortex. It's Yan-Pen Lu leading Jimmy Lemunier. So Yan-Pen Lu, who again, a couple of podium finishes in Porsche Cup for him last year, but going up against the Vortex, which is a USC 3 class of car, going up against the Porsche Cup. So could actually be a similar level of performance, although UCS 3 does tend to be a little bit quicker with the Ferrari Challenge cars, often in that class. As he was looking up the inside through the final corner, Maybe that Vortex losing a bit of momentum on the straight though compared to the Porsche. And then of course they've got Seb Lejeune just behind as well.
Did my maths the wrong way. I said he came in at 32, but obviously you have to take off the time. I failed maths twice.
Did you?
Yeah. I was never very good at the old numbers.
I can't say I was either, to be honest with you, but especially when it comes to doing average lap times for qualifying, as we learned.
Yeah, how's that going? You still doing the maths, or did you work out the maths?
I'll someone else will do it.
For context, we had the race for tomorrow, which is 6 hours. We had qualifying for the prototype endurance earlier, and neither I nor Chris wanted to do the on-air maths. When I spoke to Sen in Fielding, he didn't want to either. So we're not alone in not wanting to do our maths.
Right, so this squabble for 4th position, heading down turn 11. Into the pits has come the 110. That's Michel Abatou, who was 15th and last coming into pit lane. So it's one of 4 entries from the Chazelle Technology team for this weekend. It's very much an in-house battle in the UCS light category. See the 89 that's now in 2nd position. Of course, we're coming up on traffic as well now, but this 89 GP Racing Team car is 24 seconds behind our race leader, David Hallyday. And of course, don't forget that Arno Gomez has been into pits, but it hasn't actually registered as one of his 5 mandatory pit stops.
Yeah, that is interesting. It's got a little star next to it.
Yeah,
I'm not entirely sure what the star means. I'm sure we will find out. Car 20 also been told about track limits at turn 5. It's catching a lot of drivers out, as well as turn 14. One of the cars, 208, has been told to watch the track limits at turn 1, which is impressive. That's quite a big old turn.
I think that might be a typo.
Gotta be.
908. No, because there is no car 208.
Oh yeah, there's no 208. Must be 908.
So I think it's 908. Yes.
Which is
so
Porsche. Yes, Sébastien Loeb. Maybe battling on track still with. He'll be on his own at the moment, actually.
7 tenths behind Jimmy Lemunier as well. That battle for 4th position still going on, but now a 3-car battle, nearly, in fact it's under a second separating those 3 cars. There we go, it's just popped up on our timing screen again. Car 908 must respect the track limits at turn 1. So.
What about 208 though? Justice for 208.
We've seen too much of the Peugeot 208 racing.
So they are starting to come into the pits quite slowly. Obviously different categories for different strategies and such, but as you say, they all need to come in and make 5 mandatory stops. I'm still interested to see that Arnold Gomez has not counted it down, but which I'm really interested by, because you can see that on our timing screens it has counted Felix Crepit in the 110 car, who's down in 15th, so it should have a ticker, but we'll have to wait and see what went on there. Maybe it wasn't a mandatory stop. It can still count though, so.
Let's see, obviously it did still feel quite early, didn't it?
Yeah.
Especially considering the Alpines are more akin to 25-minute plus 1 lap races in the Alpine Alpha Cup series. So doing a 4-hour race is actually probably going to take quite a toll on those machines.
Another warning for Sébastien Loeb at turn 1. Got to be careful with those track limits because you can pick up a penalty quite quickly if you don't start listening to respecting it. We've got another car coming in.
Second place car, Anthony Baltoy, making his way in. And also into the pits has come David Hallyday as well. You can ignore the orange and black Nova. That's not part of this race. That's the European Endurance Prototype Cup and V2S Racing car. But David Hallyday in the pit lane. So just checking over the tyres there. Now let's see what Anthony Baltoy's service looks like. And they're going to do a driver change. Clean the screen. So we'll see if that is Loeb Gte or Gabriel Pimar that he is handing over the car to. He's got a choice of 2 bronze drivers to pass over to, but the number 1 Vijon car heading back out onto the circuit, so not taking fuel.
Interesting.
Yeah, unless he does it next time around. So we had that in the Castellet, where you would have to effectively make 2 trips through the pits to do a single pit stop, but it has registered as one of its mandatory stops. So, and would be surprised if it was needing fuel at this sort of stage. So the Vision team pat themselves on the back, and David Hallyday back out into the lead of the race. Still David Hallyday at the wheel of that car, not quite out into the lead of the race actually, because there's no Carl van der Westen that is leading overall. Jimmy Lemunier now into the pits in the 701 Vortex from what was 2nd position to do the first of his 5 pit stops. It was Gabriel Pimar that Anthony Baltoy handed the number 89 GP Racing team Porsche over to.
First of the driver swaps. Is that a bit early, would you say? Or would you swap at that point?
Well, of course, we've got the driving time to consider as well, and so we've got a handy dandy little graph here that shows everything that we need. So the 89 is bronze, bronze, and silver, and so that means the silver. Well, he has to do a minimum of an hour. So maybe the plan is to put him in for the last 30 minutes.
Yeah.
As well, you can do a maximum of an hour and 15. So maybe for the last stint, they'll put him back in the car and have a charge towards the end of the race. Right, this looks like Jan Penlu and Seb Lejeune squabbling over what is currently 3rd position, but 2nd in the Porsche Cup category, with Jan Penlu in the 2B Autosport car, leading the Seb Lejeune Racing car. Now, that's a battle that we've been talking about all weekend, given that we've seen it quite a few times in the GT Sprint race this weekend, with Jeremy Falligand and Seb Lejeune himself going up against the Van der Westens. So slightly different players, but similar sort of battle, and coming up on the Alpine traffic as well. It's Frederic de Brabant right in front of them. Penlu onto the inside, and Lejeune follows him through. Into the pits has come the out of the pits, I should say, now the 701 Vortex. And so that means we have Porsche Cup cars now running 1, 2 and 3, but these two cars 17 seconds behind the class leader Carl van der Westen, but remember that car is taking one of the heftiest penalties at each of the pit stops of 31 seconds, whereas the number 7 will be taking 20 seconds at each stop for having one silver driver alongside 2 bronzes, whereas the 908, let's just see which one it will be, because Nicolas Prost wasn't going to drive it last time we checked. Of course, if you're in the ultimate category, then it's no penalty at all. Right, so the pit exit for car number 89 has been noted. There's the GP racing team, Gabriel Pimont. Had just gotten on board that car, and whatever it did at the pit exit, it's been seen.
It was a couple of laps ago as well, at least. Definitely was. Yeah, I'm not sure what he would have done. Maybe exiting the pit across the line in the wrong place. Who knows? I'm sure we will find out. It's been noted for now, so it will go to the stewards, and they will take a look at it and decide if anything happened. We've had a warning flag for car 908 for abusing track limit. So that car has been shouted at a lot to respect track limits, and it doesn't seem that Sébastien Loeb is interested in listening. He's going to have to listen soon, though, because if he's got a warning flag for abusing the track limits, he's not far off a penalty.
Certainly, I'll have to keep an eye out on that as the race goes on. There's pit stop action there for Mirage Racing. Jean-Jacques Ardely. It's one of the Ultimate Cup entries for all bronze drivers, of which there are 7.
Interesting to see when car number 14 comes in. Carl, so you say, so I would look at that name and say it's Van der Westen, but you said that Caesar, his brother, came up to you and said that you say it perfectly.
Yeah, it was one I was really nervous about for Paul Ricard, and gave it a go, and they said I'd nailed it first try. Van der Westen.
Van der Westen. It just doesn't even look like that, does it? It's amazing. It's got.
Just take the O out.
Yeah, but then it's Stein, S-T-Y-N-E. So it's amazing. Good name. But anyway, see what it'll be interesting to see when Carl van der Westen comes in, and
they're French, so you've got to take that into account as well.
Carl van der Westen. Do I have to say it in the accent?
No, I just don't think a surname like Stein exists in the French language.
That's true. It's a bit German.
Yeah. So both of them coming over from the Roscar GT Challenge as well, and Carl champion the last couple of years.
They look very similar.
They do.
Really similar. I saw them at lunch earlier, and I spoke to Caesar during qualifying, and then I saw his brother and only noticed because of the different racing overalls. I was like, oh, it's not Caesar, it's Carl.
Yeah, I haven't admitted this to them yet, but I actually can't tell them apart. And
They're not twins, though, are they?
No, I don't believe so. They are brothers.
Yeah.
But I haven't admitted to them yet that I look at the overalls to tell them apart before saying, oh, hi, Carl, or hi, Caesar.
We don't tell any drivers that's what we do all the time.
No, we'll let the secrets out.
Yeah.
Right. Second pit stop now for the number 20 Vortex. Arnaud Gomez now handing over to his brother Ligier, and now this one should count as its mandatory stop, especially because they've done the driver change as well. But that car just gone back up into 6th position, and so it does seem like that extra stop is going to cost them quite dearly. So obviously just check on the pressures there on the front right, and Olivier get the call to go ahead.
Arnold Gomez is back in. May have just said exactly just that.
It'll be timer screen usually updates when the car leaves the pit lane. I'm not sure if they have this on the GT3 machines specifically, but I know on the LMP3 cars there's a switch on the steering wheel for the driver ID, which is one of those things that I think I've never really thought about. But then I think, oh yeah, that makes so much sense to have it. Driver gets in, switch to driver ID 2.
Yes.
And then,
I have heard of that before actually, because I've seen somebody that didn't change their ID.
Yeah, they get in trouble
and then
for it.
Yeah, and they can get in trouble, and they went round as their teammate. I do remember that actually. I think it was in the British GT.
Which is great, because if you accidentally ding someone, you can just, oh no, driver ID 3, wasn't me.
I think that's why you get in trouble.
Oh, now we saw
Gomez.
car number 89 that was being looked at for its pit exit, while the team manager from GP Racing has been asked to report to race control. So it's sounding a bit more ominous.
So we have seen a driver change with car 20. Olivier has now come in, Olivier Gomez. So that's why that car came in again. So that early pit stop that they made from the lead has still not counted to their mandatory pit stop. So according to our timing screens, which isn't gospel, they've only made one stop, and that was to change the driver to Olivier Gomez from Arnaud.
Well, it's whether one counts as a mandatory stop, which has to fulfill certain requirements.
But that makes me think that there was an issue early on to come in from the lead, or to get something looked at.
Yeah, well, yeah, to have made 2 pit stops in the first hour, that does smack of problems, doesn't it? Right, change tyres going on the 2B Autosports Porsche Cup leader. Also into the pits has come Cyril Calmon in the 21 Vortex. See which Vortex that the #1 Vision car is currently stood up behind. I would only assume it's the number 20 to have had a lap put on it.
Their livery is very hard to see the number.
Yeah, so they've only got one number sticker on it.
Yeah,
and
I
haven't quite been able to learn the difference between the 20 and the 21 yet.
still hear that wind rattling out there.
Yeah, it's not calmed down, has it?
No. So 47 minutes into this race then, 4-hour race of the 4-hour endurance GTE. Three hours remaining. There's still lots more to come. Lots more people need to make 4 more pit stops.
Away goes the 2B Autosport number 14 car. It was the leader in the Porsche Cup when it came in.
R21 just coming out as well. Soline Amrouche. They've had a few issues, didn't they, throughout the weekend?
Yes, she's been very unlucky in the sprint championship so far this weekend. But driving the 2.0 version of the Vortex now rather than the 1.0 she was racing in the sprint, but was fastest in Q1 yesterday, but then had her lap times deleted for track limits infringements, and then started a lot of the races from the back. That's probably been the definition of her weekend.
Struggled out there.
So it was Caesar van der Westin, now behind the wheel of the number 14. And that of the cars that have served one of their managers, stops sort of ahead of the Porsche runners, but Jan Pando and Seb Ligier yet to give us their first mandatory stop. And in fact as well, that Solan Amrouche driver change hasn't actually counted towards its mandatory stop. It's still saying 5 out of 5. Same for Gabriel Paymore. So it's still, yeah, still 5 out of 5. So
maybe we don't trust it. We'll see what happens at the end.
So we will. Yeah. Porsche number 91. So this Mirage car, it's the previous generation of Porsche Cup car. That's the 991.2. One thing I've noticed is every time I see these cars out on track still is they move around quite a bit more than the current car. A bit more towel happy by the looks of it. And also nosedives a little bit more.
Got car 1 has got car 13 rather. I'm going to ignore that one for now because I'm not sure that's, I think there's a couple of typos in that track limits one, so I'll wait for them just to send it down again.
Could always be for both cars, but we'll
yeah.
see.
Don't usually send them down on the same thing, but it would be car 1 got a warning flag and car 13 abusing track limits, so lots getting caught out there with these track limits. We saw some of the pictures from the driver's briefing of what was okay and what was not okay.
that was the wording, wasn't it?
Yes.
This is okay, this is not okay.
And I think they were using the Red Bull of Max Verstappen to show what was not okay. 89 now getting in trouble as well, must respect the track limits at that tricky turn 4. Lots getting caught out there, yeah. So, and the other one, I can't remember who the other driver was. I think actually, I think I've got them down here. See who talk amongst yourselves. It's not so good when I can't actually show you the pictures, but the driver's briefing was brilliant. That's one. So that's an Alfa Romeo. They did okay, and yes, it was the Red Bull. I can't see if it's...
So for context, it's a picture of an Alfa Romeo that still has its left-hand side wheels inside the white line on the exit of turn 4, whereas the one that is labelled "This is not okay" has the Red Bull all 4 wheels over the white line, even though it's still got 2 wheels on the curb. So I think that was an illustration of it. The track limit is not the curb; it is the white line.
Yes. Can't work out if that's Max or Sergio.
Or Alex. It could be Alex.
Oh, no.
If that's a 2020 car.
2021 they came here.
They came here in 2020 as well.
Oh yeah, they did. Valtteri Bottas then did his fastest lap. Something like that. It's the facts that make this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something like that. So most people have made their driver change now, bar car number 1, and Sébastien Loeb is still out there in the 908, leading net lead at the moment of this race. But obviously he hasn't made a stop, so he's not really leading.
Yeah, he has 10 seconds over David Hallyday as it stands.
Staying out there for a long time in that Porsche.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh. Team manager of car 20. So that's the
Vortex that was on pole position.
Ah, the car that came in earlier when Arnaud Gomez was at the wheel. It was leading and then suddenly dropped out of the top 5 and came back in about 8 or 9, and we couldn't work out why it came in so early. It's made a driver change with Olivier Gomez now at the wheel, but the team manager is to report to race control immediately. So that is interesting. A mid-race team manager chat. So it'd be interesting to see exactly what went on there. We didn't see anything, but something, we smelled something fishy, didn't we? Something was wrong because he came in after 28 minutes and it didn't count for his mandatory stop. So let's keep an eye on that one.
Into the pits has come the Sébastien Loeb BMW M4. So Reggie Rigo de Seb was in 8th position when it came into the pits. So he's a former Ultimate Cup champion from 2019. Since then, has got experience in Super Trofeu Europe as well. So, currently leading the GT4 runners quite substantially. So the Vortex lapping around. This is the number 1 machine, currently in 2nd place. And now is that a class battle? In fact, it is. That is Christophe Derigneau and Gabriel Piemont squabbling for 4th position. So it looked like Piemont had managed to make that pass, but Christophe Derigneau taking it back again. And it's the Vortex 701 that leads over the line, and Piemont's just come into the pits from that battle. So there we see David Hallyday is about to put a lap on the number 20 machine. And for 2 cars that were side by side at the start of the race, it's quite a big difference. Hallyday.
Car 89's got a drive-through penalty for the pit lane exit line infringement, so that might be why he's come in to the pits to maybe serve his drive-through penalty. We did say that he was under investigation, and I did say maybe it was for a pit lane incident, and yeah, it was that white line that you can't cross as you come out of the pit lane, and he's obviously crossed it too early, and for that has picked up a drive-through penalty.
Very costly error there for Gabriel Piemont, and yeah, we see it. He's made his way back out of the pits. This must be on Venu team. So enjoying, and there we can see. Now this is a look at the refueling station, because this is the GT4 leader into the pits, and you see this is very Nürburgring 24-hour feels. In the same way that refueling at the Nürburgring 24 hours kind of feels like filling up at Tesco. Because they don't use the giant, fuel rigs and hoses and everything and fuel splashing everywhere. It literally is just a Tesco fill-up pump.
I do often take my Ferrari to the Tesco's fill-up pump, so I can totally relate with that.
How much more are you getting paid than I am for this weekend?
This is awkward. Oh, there's going to be an email
You've
out
let
there.
something slip there.
No, I don't have a Ferrari. I've got a Lamborghini.
Obviously. Now coming up to the end of the first hour then, and finally David Hallyday is back in the overall lead of the race now, having passed Seb Ligier for the net lead of the race. Still, Seb Ligier has not made his way into the pits. It's the Porsche Cup car, one of the few Cup level machines that is designed for both sprint and endurance races. The other machines you tend to see, like the Super Trofeos, the Ferrari Challengers, run almost exclusively in their manufacturer's own sprint series like Ferrari Challenge and like Super Trofeo Europe. Whereas Porsche Cup machinery is not only seen in Carrera Cup, but also in the Corvette series, and also the VLN and Nürburgring 24 hours as well, the whole category for that car. So you see lapping traffic there for Cesar van der Westen. Past the 110. Car now is currently last of the 15 remaining runners. Approaching the end of the first hour then, David Hallyday leads for the Vision team, the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. Second place is Seb Lejeune of Seb Lejeune Racing, but owes us a pit stop. Solon and Rouge in the number 21 Vortex. That car has made a pit stop, but yet to give us its first mandatory stop. And then her teammate Olivier Gomez, 15 seconds behind them in the number 20. That is effectively a net second position, but has done an additional stop that wasn't classified as a mandatory stop. The UCS3 leader, Christopher Derigneau, in the other Vortex, of the three Vortexes, Linus Stern in the timing order was 7:01 in 5th position. And then Cesar van der Westen, the net race leader of the Porsche Cup, ahead of Olivier Favre, Gabriel Pimot, and Guillaume Brueux. Julien Bouni now aboard the number 19 Chazelle Technology Alpine A110, closing out the top 10.
I wonder if car 89 that had a drive-through penalty actually did serve his... I feel like he did serve his drive-through penalty, but he must have had...
Pretty sure he did.
Yeah, no, he must have done, but he didn't actually lose any time on it, so I don't think he lost a place either. So they either timed that brilliantly, or he had enough time to on Olivier Favre. Are we going for Favre? Sure. So interesting on that. That's a bonus really for him, considering. We've got a warning as well for car 91, which is abusing track limits also. So you join us back live after the highlights there. We've had finally a driver change from car number 1 in the UCS1. It was David Hallyday, and now it is Jean-Paul Pagny, AM racer. So currently in the pits at the moment, but that driver change has finally happened. They've used 3 of their mandatory pit stops already, which is the most of everybody in the field. Sébastien Loeb still not come in yet at all for any of his mandatory pit stops. So the car number 1 is leading the way with pit stops. They've only got 3 left to go. And Sébastien Loeb still refusing to come in and have a mandatory pit stop. He's got 5 to go, so I would say with only 2 hours 55 left on the clock. So we've got a penalty there for car 908, who has been refusing to listen to the track limits warnings out there, which is Sébastien Loeb.
Yeah, just seen so many warnings for that car. It was kind of inevitable, really, that penalty was going to come as well. And just as that is that second one. There's the second one that's just popped up for Sébastien Loeb. So wow. He's done a few in quick succession there, but yeah, we just saw the Vision car into pit lane. Jean-Paul Pani now at the wheel of that car, and he is Mr. Vision himself, and a number of titles to his name. A lot of them with Jean-Bernard Bouvet, who will be in the car later on, but the Ultimate Cup GT champion, the first year of the series, as that was Gabriel Piedmont moving his way past Olivier Favre and into what is currently 3rd of the Porsche Cup runners, going into turn 1. And Jean-Paul Pani also winning the V2V Endurance GT Championship in 2018, 2016, 2015, 2008 and 2007. 4 of those titles he's won alongside Bouvet as well, so very successful partnership between the pair of them. So just after the end of the first hour that Padney's gotten on board the car there.
I think Sébastien Loeb has to come in soon.
Well, he's been running for nearly an hour and 7 minutes.
Well, you did mention the Porsches can go a little longer.
Plus the formation lap as well. So
long. It's going to run out of fuel by the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's
you would just think he needs
amount.
But also, strategy-wise, when are you going to take all these 5 pit stops? You've got to take the 5 pit stops. As I said, car number 1 has already done 2 of its mandatory pit stops, the most out of everybody. There are a couple of other teams that haven't, well, I'm not sure on these timing screens because a couple of them are coming up as not taking pit stops, but he definitely hasn't been. Sébastien Loeb has not been in the pits.
Yeah, that we know for sure.
Yeah.
There is a technical difference between having done a pit stop and then doing one of the mandatory pit stops, which is what shows up on the timing screen if anybody's watching along at home using the timing screen. Still Sébastien continues to lead. The 3 Vortex cars, still minus Cern, Solon and Rouge in 21, leading Olivier Gomez. This is the car that was on pole position in 20, and then the previous generation, 701 car, Christopher Derigneau in the car.
Sun is starting to drop a little bit now, isn't it? It's going to blind us in about 5 minutes time in the commentary box as it starts to lower down. We've had some beautiful evenings here in Portimão over the last couple of evenings. We've seen some stuff in the sky as well, haven't we? We saw some aliens.
I was tempted to bring this up.
Yeah, I'm up for it. Yeah. Let's talk about it. We've had some lovely evenings.
Yeah, so should we give the context straight away?
Oh, I don't know.
For it, because before anybody runs around thinking we're, with our tinfoil hats that we've seen aliens in the sky, it was Elon Musk's Starlink, but not something I had ever seen before. couldn't quite believe what I was seeing as it moved across the sky, because it's a string of lights.
Stopped me in my sentence.
Yeah, literally, we stopped mid-sentence, going, "What on earth is that in the sky?"
Tried to film it, and I just got a black mark. So that was a rule of thumb: don't try and ever take a picture of anything from space on your iPhone. But yeah, we watched it just go across the sky. Beautiful sky the first night we were here. And we couldn't work out what it was. These little tiny green lights, all in a row. Couldn't work out if it was a meteorite or meteorite? Is that my word? Meteor.
Either was fine.
Oh,
Meteorite is just a smaller meteor.
Oh, it could have been either then. It wasn't. And then you came and spoke to me the next day and said you'd found out what it was. Then we started talking about it yesterday when we were sitting out watching it.
And then we saw it again.
And I went past again. I will say to you, if you are in Portugal and happen to be listening to this feed, you can watch it tonight at 9:47, I think we saw. So if you,
it's like clockwork.
Yes.
It's somewhere between 9:30 and 10 o'clock.
There is a website that shows you. In the UK, you can't see it anytime recently or in the future. However, come to Portugal, you can see it. It was amazing.
Right, the number 20 Vortex has finally ticked off one mandatory pit stop. And that is of course the pole-sitting car. Olivier Gomez. And there it is, in pit lane. So this has counted as one of its mandatory stops.
Still trying to find out exactly what their manager has had to go speak to race control about, put in a request to see if we can find out exactly what's gone on there.
Also in has come one of the other Vortex cars as well there. I thought I saw that coming in, but yes, it's the 701. It's the 701 Devenu. It's on his way into pit lane. The Vision car running out there at the moment. Our race leader will be handing over to Stéphane Perrin or Nicolas Prost a little bit later on when he finally gives us a pit stop.
You might just stay out there for the whole time. That's not allowed, by the way. He won't be doing that. just to clarify that one.
Now
so,
look at the mark on that tyre there. That's just come off the Vortex.
Well, did
that is a chunk missing.
Was that off the car 20 or 701? Did you say?
No, what? That I didn't quite see.
I think it was car 20 because it was in the camera person was in closer to car number 20. So
that car's
Olivier
now
Gomez.
That car's now getting its fuel topped up. If I was going to hazard a guess as to what these asterisks actually mean, is that because we've just had a second one pop up for the number 20, I would assume that means that it's one per pit stop.
Non-mandatory pit stop.
Yeah.
Another issue coming in pit stop.
Yeah, potentially.
So we're 1 hour and 12 minutes into this race, this 4-hour endurance race. Thank you for joining us. We've got a 6-hour prototype endurance race tomorrow to enjoy. We'll be here at 9 a.m.-ish, ready for that race. I'm very much looking forward to it. We've got some incredible drivers in that field as well. So if you're enjoying this, please come and join us. 9:08 team manager report into race control immediately. So this is the 9:08 car that is Sébastien Loeb, who hasn't come in for his mandatory stop and also hasn't come in to change driver. He's still on 5 out of 5 to still come in, and now the team manager has been asked to come in. He's also either got 5 or a 10-second penalty for abusing track limits. So the team manager has now been called in, and maybe he's also going to ask his driver to respect the track limits. But That's the second team manager that's been called to race control immediately.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because there is, for bronze drivers, there's no rule about the maximum time you can do. It's all about the minimum time that you do. And they're part of a 3-driver lineup, so Seb Lejeune has served his minimum drive time and extended it by a further 15 minutes.
I'm more worried about the fuel.
Well,
he's
in. He's in the pits.
He's finally in the pits.
Into the pit lane. So an hour and 15 minutes. That's about what, an hour and 14. Let's say.
Hour and 14:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus a formation.
So, yes. Well, no, that's a good point. Plus the formation lap. So Sébastien Loeb finally comes in from the net lead. A very late pit stop. I'm really intrigued to see. We've got a bit of a queue here now. It is like Tesco's.
There's a really good visual representation there. The two very different shapes of Vortex cars, the old and the new one. But yes, I do wonder if at any point somebody will get back into their car, and then you think, oh, good, that person will move away from the pump now, and then it's a solid minute and a half later, and they're still sat there, and you're wondering what on earth they're possibly doing.
So this is Sébastien Loeb, who, like we say, didn't come in for over an hour. Doesn't look like they're massively getting ready to do a driver swap either.
No.
So do they have to be quite careful about when they come in? Are there only 4 pumps? And if not, they would have to line up.
There is some coordination that needs to be done. Again, a bit like the Nürburgring 24 hours, because they for example, they share garages between teams, because there just physically isn't enough space for 180 cars to start the Nürburgring 24 hours with garages. Each one only gets 1 or 2 pumps. So there does need to be a little bit of coordination between the teams to get this done.
You'd have to have a spotter, really, wouldn't you, to see who's come in and when they've come in, and, you know, because if 5 cars decide they want to refuel at the same time, someone's got to wait.
Wouldn't that be great if you could have a spotter at a real petrol garage, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, though I always pick the wrong queue in everything I do. It's always whenever I queue up, I think I've got the right queue, and then I'm there for much longer than everyone else. Anyway.
I was queuing at an airport once. There was 2 lines to get onto the plane.
Yeah.
And somebody who picked the wrong queue asked me if she could just jump in front in mine.
Unbelievable scenes.
And
imagine what you said.
Do you really need to?
I don't need to know.
You don't need to work hard to figure out. As a proud Brit, I obeyed the queuing rules, and I said no.
We queue for a reason. We had a big old queue, didn't we, at the airport coming into here, into
passport
control.
That's always been a joy to be in Faro passport control, both in and out.
Another team manager heading to race control. This time.
That's the Vortex one. Again, it's the number 20 again.
Our number 20. They've already been to see race control. So they're having a party we don't know about. Maybe they're sorting out your surprise birthday party. You look how much you hate me right now for mentioning that live on air.
Yeah.
We even got the French commentator, Victor, to sing your happy birthday in French. You didn't do a nice gesture to him after that.
It's not safe for work.
It's all right. You can do it for radio. They can't see you.
Oh yeah, quite.
Stop doing it to me now. Oh dear. Right, Sébastien Loeb is coming out the pits. Then he has, from what I can see, remained in the driving seat, but sometimes it takes a little while for the timing screen to wake up and tell us if there's been a driver change. So we're getting a lot of people filing into the pits now, I assume for some refueling. It's been quite busy at Tesco's. Gotta stop saying Tesco's. Other supermarkets are available.
You could be at Sainsbury's,
Carrefour. You can do whatever you want.
M&S.
Yeah. No. Oh yes. No. In my head I was like, no. It's not where, yeah.
I don't know if they do fuel. It's just another.
They do. No, they do. Yeah, you. No, they don't. They do. Anyway.
Just trying to make sure everyone knows that other supermarkets are
bogged
available.
Down.
Although of course we are in Is it Aldi or Lidl that's European?
Neither of those do fuel.
No, but I'm just saying they're also. Would you want Lidl fuel?
Yes.
You go about 10 meters before your car conked out.
I'm not having you have a go at Lidl. I love Lidl. They do great biscuits. They do great bread. They do brilliant eggs. Those golden yolk ones. I mostly shop in Lidl.
Remind me not to come to your place for a dinner party anytime soon.
How dare you? Listen to him. Listen to him. Mr. I only shop at Waitrose.
I don't. My town doesn't even have a Waitrose.
My town. You live in a shed.
I live in the ends.
Well, come on. Let's go back to the racing.
Right. So Solon Amrouche currently leading the way. Yet to give us a mandatory pit stop, but the Vortex 2.0 leading the way. Solon's been with the Vortex team for a few years now, since 2022, joining with the Ultimate Cup for both GT Sprint and Endurance, which he still does, but also was competing in Spanish GT last year and took 3 wins in the GTX category, which is very much a Vortex forte, and that included an overall win in Valencia as well, and also a one-off appearance in the 24 Hours of Barcelona with the Creventic series. And so Solon Amrouche, one of the 2 women we have racing amongst the GT field in both sprint and endurance. Now we've got a yellow flag out at turn 5, which is the hairpin at the end of the back straight.
Oopsie.
Now, right behind a bush. What a fantastic place to park. Oh, get it going again. We can see who it was. It was one of the Vortexes.
Oh,
it's one of the Vortexes about to come out right in front of its teammate. Now, and that can't be Solon Amrouche. That must be the number 20. Now, Solon Amrouche has just made her way into pit lane. The 701 was the one that was just going through as well. So using my amazing powers of deduction, it must be Olivier Gomez.
That was good. I watched that happen live, and that was something quite spectacular.
It's that Sherlock quote about once you've
removed. I can't remember the quote.
No. Once you've removed the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. There you go.
That was the same place that Craig McLachie got caught up in the Formula Cup earlier, because it was that same tree that I couldn't quite see past. So it's obviously quite tricky there at turn 5. It's that tricky left-hander of a hairpin, isn't it?
I'd never advocate cutting down a tree, but if we could just move it.
Yeah, we'll just give it a trim.
Yeah, that works.
Trim the top off.
Move the camera might be easier, actually.
No. So. Yeah, that's no. We've got another one going for a refuel here. It's so funny, isn't it? We think how faster some pit stops are. In Formula One, you try and get the fastest pit stops in the world, and here, something going on there on the car. Is that car 91?
91, the Mirage 991 Porsche.
Can you work on the car if it's being refueled round there? I wouldn't think you could.
Probably they'll have to disconnect the fuel hose to do anything with it, and you can see they have. It's not currently being refueled. The Chazelle one looks to be doing it. So 2 cars with the hoods up at the moment. Right, back into the pits has come number 20. So it had that moment down at turn number 5, and momentarily lopsided. Trolley's going under it. That's not a good sign.
No, that's not a good sign. Sébastien Loeb is also come in for another pit stop. So 2 in quick succession on the 908 car. Go on.
That looks like a car that was being pushed back into the garage, and Olivier Gomez, yes, thank you. There's about 4 Oliviers on the timing screen at the moment, and I couldn't quite find the right one. He didn't look to be in any great hurry to get the pit stop sorted.
They've been in the wars. They were leading early on in this race, and then dropped down further into 9th or 8th or something like that. And they've had their team manager had to go to race control twice now, and it doesn't look like. Is he still in the pits? Yeah, he's still in the pits. So they haven't had a good race. That
in has come the race leader, Cesar van der Westen, the number 14 car from 2B Autosports.
this is where I think that Ferrari of number 1 is going to jump people in the pits, because they've already got 2 of their pit stops out the way. So I wonder if they're looking for a bit of the strategic undercut here.
Quite possibly. Making his way forward. Olivier Favre now at the wheel of that number 7 2B Autosport car. So just gone past his teammate in who's in their pit lane. 2B Autosport Porsche specialist, primarily known as the French Rally Championship team, and famously one of the last teams to win a rally championship with a Porsche. But, in the last couple of years have turned their hand towards GT racing, the Roscar series, and now in the Ultimate Cup as well.
Busy pit lane at the moment.
Yeah, Cesar van der Westen and Seb Lejeune. Seb Lejeune, having not stopped for
Is he coming again?
an hour and 15 minutes, now coming twice in the space of 10 minutes.
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to do a driver swap now.
Felix Crepe in at the moment as well, leaving pit lane, Thibaut Caray and Olivier Martinez. Here's one of the Alpines in as well. Yep, that's Felix Crepe in 110.
Driver swap there as well. Busy refueling again. Like one of the Vortex was over there this time as well.
That's Cyril Calmont. He's just taking the car back over from Solon Amrouche. Her father was also a racing driver involved in the Vortex program, Lionel Amrouche. Said that meeting Karen Gaillard, who's now officially an Iron Dame as well, is what made her fall in love with racing, and very soon after that she became part of the Virage Academy. I think the rest, as they say, is history.
I think that Ferrari is about to take the net lead. So all the top 3 are currently in the pit lane. There's Jean-Paul. I said his name differently from you, but you said
Jean-Paul Pani.
Pani.
Yeah.
Who is now... Can't speak any English, that one. Jean-Paul. It's a great name. But, I mean, I can't say his name, so we're in a...
It's the 89 in front of it, so I think that's to put a lap on Loeb Thiers. But the
89?
Yeah, the 89 is the car directly in front of it, but Olivier Favre has also just brought the number 7 from the lead into the pit. So, yes, I think you might be right, Claire, still, that this is about to be the number 1 Vision retaking the lead. If it can eventually grunt past the Porsche. There we go. Seemed a bit harder than it needed to be, didn't it?
Considering the 89 car is down in 6th. Net 6th. It gets a bit messy at this point when everyone's in the pit lanes and up and down. But we'll see where Olivier Favre comes out. Currently in the pits and in the net lead, but I don't think that'll be for much longer once they... Well, there you go. They've dropped down already. Oh, no. Yes. Or have they had a driver change? No, I think they've had a driver change. They're still in the lead. No. Yes. Driver change for car number 7, who's in the net lead. But We're
Well,
still
yeah,
going to wait to come out.
Yeah, Jan Pedler. Well, the net lead would be Jean-Paul
Sorry.
Pani, but
The overall lead.
currently in the lead
Sorry.
is Jan Pedler. But I think that'll update pretty quickly because he is in the pit lane. So, I think next time around that would update. There was an interesting document. So obviously we're talking about the refueling and the refueling area. There was an interesting document that came up the other day because they had to redraw the route around the refueling area so that cars weren't like collecting one another, trying to rejoin the pit lane.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You'd have to try and work out exactly where to go. Well, you don't have time to really think about it at that point.
There's
you sort of
prescribed route.
Yeah.
The first one was just a bit close for comfort.
Yeah.
I think at times needed some adjustment.
In Paul Ricard?
No, here this weekend.
Oh, in here. Oh, they've adjusted it this weekend?
Yeah, I think 2 days ago.
Oh. That's fair enough. It's a very, it is quite a big pit lane down there, actually. I'll give them that. There's a lot of space. But there's also a lot of cars. This is the biggest grid we've got this weekend. There's only, well, at the moment, 15 cars out there.
It's the European Endurance Prototype Cup race. We more than double this with 34 cars. It's a shame. We had this similar thing with the GT Sprint, though, where we lost a series of cars through a series of unfortunate incidents.
Yeah.
Which was brake failure for CMR Ginetta on Monday, then Olivier Morahan not feeling well this morning, and Aramis not taking part in his races either. So Atzori was just doing his himself. And then who else did we lose? Oh, the 353 that was smoking.
Oh yes.
As well on Thursday. So. You had a smoking car in the
I was going to say, yeah, we did.
Well, the Graf
the car number 2. Ben Smear. Oh, we've got a spin there.
Yeah, spin there for the Audi, which is the GR Racing team, and it's Philippe Cozy at the wheel of that car, 14th position overall, but no harm done.
Sorry, I got a cold chill, and my mic was still on, so you heard me shiver. My apologies there.
But yeah, we're talking about the Graf car that exploded.
Yeah, you could smell it. I mean, because obviously I had you in my ears as I was walking up and down, and there's certain bits of the pit lane where I lose you because of the connection or whatever. So I just heard you say it, and then I saw this plume of smoke come down the pit lane, and I could just smell this burnt clutch sort of smell, but it wasn't a clutch. I can't really give you the exact what it smelled like, but it smelled like a very unhappy car. I ran down, and by that time the bodywork had come off, and they'd recovered it into a safe place. But it wasn't a big fire. It was just a big plume of smoke. And we spoke to Ben Smear about it afterwards, and he said all he heard was this sudden poof, and he saw the smoke coming out. And obviously at that point drivers are pre-warned to get out the car pretty quickly, and they do lots of exercises to make sure that they can get out the car quick enough and get them out of any danger. But yeah, it was quite impressive.
Was that the technical explanation he gave to the team afterwards? That it went whoosh?
Hey, look, that's the technical explanation he gave me. So I'm going to say yes. He made the sound and everything. It went whoosh. In fairness, that's exactly what it did. Say how you see it. Thankfully, he was okay and he was out of the car, but that car could not take part anymore in qualifying. It was in the second part of qualifying, and it'd be interesting to see. He mentioned actually when I spoke to him, he said actually what's interesting is this is much hotter than we've seen for a while, these track temperatures, and actually we could see a couple of issues in the race tomorrow with these prototype cars, and it's a good point. So hopefully we won't see anything like that.
Giselle Technology doing another pit stop here. It's number 93. It's Bruno Cervera. know if he was on the initial entry list. In fact, he was not. He's a late addition.
Welcome.
Yes. In place of Anthony de Bar, I believe. Yes. So,
some more research for you tonight, Chris.
Yeah. Well, for the next one. Anyway.
Yeah, for next week. The only race after this we've got is tomorrow morning. So do make sure you join us if you are up nice and early. We'll be on the Ultimate Cup YouTube channel, and if you speak Francais, you can listen to our mate Victor, who's next door.
Yep,
or listen to my very bad French.
Well, the Ultimate Cup now presented in both French and English for the first time this year. Expanding the coverage plans and expanding plans to race more across Europe. More European teams, more European drivers as well for the many series that we have. And certainly it was a great advert for the Formula Cup.
Yes.
Today, absolutely cracking race that was.
If they want to try and get more people involved in that, they absolutely should show that race. We had a 5-way fight for the win, and about 4 or 5 different drivers leading at various points in the race, and it was Juan Francisco Soldavini, said it very many times today and I almost forgot it then, who only actually led the final lap because there was a bit of a mistake from 2 of the drivers, who was Adrian Klosmanil and Enzo
Max Rowland.
Max Rowland, the Hollywood star. They came together and yeah, Juan was able to just slip on through and win that race. He was very happy. He's only about 17 years old, is Juan, and he's had a bit of a tough weekend in general. So if you want to watch that one back, that was madness.
Very happy young man I interviewed in the pit lane earlier.
Just
he was.
won.
Yeah, exactly.
They're okay when they win.
Yeah.
Try and speak to a driver when they haven't won. That's when they don't want to speak to you. This hill is so funny. You lose visual completely, and then it just shows how up and down this track really is. It's such a beautiful sweeping circuit, isn't it?
That's absolute corker. Absolutely love coming to Portimão.
You were in here the other week.
I was only a few weeks ago, yeah. And then I was only at Hockenheim a few weeks ago, and I'm going back there in a few weeks as well. So.
Yeah, you're excited about that one though. That's a bit of a jolly.
Oh no, Hockenheim's a good one, but Nürburgring would be fun. So. Right, 2 hours 22-ish left to go. Jean-Paul Pani leads for the #1 Dijon team. And then Carl van der Westen taking 2nd place back, as Cyril Calmont has just dropped a couple of positions on that previous lap with Eric Loeb here in between them as well.
The next round of pit stops I think will be really interesting, because the reason that Ferrari is leading is because they made 2 very quick pit stops. It's also a very fast car, but they made 2 very quick pit stops and then waited for everyone else to come in and take their pit stops, and then inherited the lead basically from staying out there a bit longer. It was a good strategic plan, but they still have 3 pit stops they've got to take. Everyone else is now on the same amount of them, mostly.
So that looks like Seb Ligier Racing and 2B Autosport were Linus Stern on track once again. But here's a look at the race leader, Jean-Paul Pani, aboard that car. So we're talking about his various Ultimate Cup GT championships. The first one he won was actually with a Porsche RSR 996 model, but then moved on to Ferraris afterwards with the First of all with the 4.58, of course, and then moving on to the 4.88 in later years. As Ferrari brought out that new model. 123. Frederick de Brabant back at the wheel of the 123 Alpine car that currently leads in UCS Light as well.
Olivier Gomez has just come back in. They've had a shocker of a race. So they haven't retired, so they've come back in from P15. They've had 4 pit stops already. 2 of them were not mandatory, so they've definitely got something going on with that car. Came in for a long time earlier, and I saw it going back out into the race, but this might be the end of car 20 for today. Can't quite see yet. Another one coming into the pits from what I can hear, but hasn't popped into our timing screen just yet who it is. It's the best thing about being live at the track. You can hear things before technology tells you. Saying that, doesn't look like anyone came in, so I don't know why I had.
So we've lost 2 cars from this race. Gerard Tremblay in 71. That was the contact at the start of the race, which is a real shame, to be honest, because that's a World Sports Car Championship and Prototype Championship driver that we had, who's been racing with the Almaris team in V2V for about 15 years or so. So not a welcome return for Tremblay, and then of course we lost Javier Pompidou as well, the 29, co-creator of Rebellion Racing, who, after spending some time in the European Le Mans series, more recently he's been racing classic prototypes. Was the Volant winner as well. I can never remember the full name of it, but it's effectively what the Winfield Racing School has become, where it's one of those sort of call to action for any budding racing drivers, regardless of how much experience they have, and for them to have their skills tested, and the winners get a funded seat in French Formula 4, which is a fantastic scheme.
I think we have lost car 20 there. Olivier Gomez still in the pits. There's a couple of laps down now. The leader has done 50 laps and car 20's only done 39.
Yeah, 4 laps behind the next car, which is Bruno Cervezet as well. So yeah, I'd say, but I think that is time has been called on the number 20, our pole sitting car.
It's a shame. Tricky way to end the day, isn't it? After pole position, the ups and downs of motor racing. Carl van der Westen is having a great race out there in the Porsche, leading the Porsches and also second overall. Sharing the car with his brother Caesar, who has also been racing today, done 2 of their mandatory stops, so got 3 left. I'm intrigued to see when these next ones are going to come in. Are they going to come in thick and fast, or are we going to see some soon? I'd assume we did have just a busy time in the pits recently, didn't we?
Yeah, and so what's amazing about that car as well is that the 3 cars behind it still owe an additional mandatory stop, and that 14 has so far taken 62 seconds of balance penalty as well.
Yeah, they played a blinder there, haven't they? So that's why I'm interested to see what happens in the next set of pit stops. We've got car number 91, who has come in from the 7th place. So we are starting to see a couple more pit stops come in. And has that already ticked down, or are they going to have 2? Does it tick? Does the pit lane? We'll have to see. They might have been the first to come in to then only have 2 pit stops left. But I'll just have to see when that counts down in terms of the mandatory pit stops. You watched it for a long time, expecting it to change at that moment.
So the 14 car in second place, currently at 2 laps behind our race leader, who's in a class of 1 at the moment. And only 8 seconds ahead of his nearest Porsche Cup rival, which is Trofeu Gte. Now that looks like a change for 4th position. In fact it is. It's Emmanuel Collard ahead of the 21 Vortex 2.0 car now. Cyril Calmon, that's been demoted to 5th position. The Porsche Cup car now ahead of the Vortex.
Stop should be coming soon. I know we've got car number 91 in, but I need them to go out to see when the ticker goes down to see if they've gone ahead of everyone else in terms of their mandatory pit stops. So the asterisks are for pit stops that are under investigation.
Okay.
So that changes a few
Yeah.
a few things, because we've got quite a few then under investigation, which might be why Olivier Gomez, with the 2 asterisks next to the mandatory pit stop, had their team manager called twice to speak to the race control. It could have been for some reason in the pits, but we would be purely speculating at this point. But they are out of the race, car 20.
Yeah, been sat in pit lane for quite some time now, haven't they? So
yeah, they're out.
Not expecting that car to suddenly pop back into life there as well. As we got confirmation on the timing screen. Emmanuel Collard moving ahead of Cyril Calmon for 4th position. So the 2B Autosport Porsche Cup car moving ahead of the 21 Vortex 2.0.
So we're 1 hour 47 into this 4-hour race. 2 hours 12 left on the clock. Still plenty of racing to go here as the sun is starting to make its way down for sunset. Don't know what time sunset is here actually. I'm gonna use sunset. Portimão is 8:44 tonight, so we've still got quite a few.
So it'll be just before
Yeah.
full sunset. I mean, it'll
Yeah.
It'll be twilight.
We'll get
when we end the race.
dusk.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. All the lights will come on and get to see these beautiful cars. They're always a bit prettier, aren't they, at night time for some reason?
Yes, although there has been a trend lately over the last few years to put matte finishes on cars.
I like a matte.
But it dims the glow under the
it
lights.
does.
It
yeah.
doesn't look quite as cool,
But
my opinion. And frankly, I don't think it looks quite as cool during the regular daylight either.
I do like when Ferrari did it Quite liked theirs. I can't remember what year they first did it, and had this beautiful matte red, and then I think Mercedes then did it in Formula 1 as well. But yeah, most of them don't have any colours anymore in Formula 1 to save on.
That's true.
It's all just carbon fibre.
Oh, I touched some bare carbon earlier with my arm when I was talking to Max
Roland.
Roland, that was it.
Who is Adrian Cosminel.
Adrian Cosminel, yeah. That's it. I can remember his real name, but I couldn't remember what his stage name was.
Oh.
Yes, when I was interviewing, I don't know if it was caught on camera, but my arm suddenly went, just like jolted like that.
Oh,
So
really?
I accidentally put my arm on the car, and it was 1,000 degrees. And I have caught the sun a little bit.
Oh, I thought you were going to show me a burn.
No, I just, obviously it's been very hot in London as well lately, and I didn't realise I caught the sun until I took my watch off and saw the difference.
Yeah. It's always the worst, isn't it? You suddenly look and you think, oh, now I've got a white rim around my wrist. I can actually check mine. Anyway.
Nothing says class like the sound of Velcro on
Yeah.
your watch strap, does it?
That wasn't Velcro. No, that's on my top. My watch isn't. Anyway.
Oh, it was your
No,
okay.
it's the Velcro on my top. It wasn't my watch. My watch is
I apologise.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Sound of Velcro. It's the sound of holidays, that is. That and zips. Anyway.
Oh, the ones the championship goes, they got very noisy zips, haven't they? Right, so Stéphane Loeb in 110, making his way out onto the track in 13th position. So he's back out again, and Thibaut Caray in the Mirage Racing car is heading conversely into pit lane. So, part of the all bronze lineup for the Ultimate Cup as well. I always feel I have to clarify when we talk about the Ultimate Cup in races, we mean the all gentlemen class, not just the overarching name of the series.
Things sort of settling down a little bit out there now, isn't it? People just getting into their rhythm as the driver changes have come in. And people are just out there enjoying the sunshine now.
Getting a good sweat on, I'm sure. So, it does just seem to get just that little bit hotter before sunset, doesn't it?
Yeah, you get that last blast, don't you? Wonder what the track temperature got up to today.
Would not be surprised to have seen it in the 50s.
Yeah, it was incredibly warm out there at one point. Running up and down the pit lane. Senan Fielding came to give me a hug before I interviewed him, because I've known him for years, because I used to work with him on the British Touring Car Championship. He used to be in the Formula 4, and he said, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sweaty. And I thought, I don't have the heart to tell him that's probably me as well. Everyone was warm up and down the pit lane. It was incredibly hot.
Oh, I had an awkward interaction with
everyone?
Yeah. But this particular one.
Oh, okay. I'm surprised you can remember them anymore.
No, this sticks out like a fly on a wedding cake in my head, this one.
Fly on a wedding cake? Yeah. You've been hanging out with George Morgan too long with that one.
No, I've been saying that for years.
Oh, maybe he took it from you. Go on.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
100%. This was everything from me. But it was a very hot day. But the team in question that this person worked for had just won the championship, and so I was like, go and meet a few people from the team, give them a hug, and say, oh, whoa, they get you with the champagne? And they went, no, I'm just I'm just sweating.
No! Oh, that's the worst. But, you know, look, it's perfectly normal. We're humans. And I'll tell you for free, those drivers will be absolutely sweating out there, pushing in these incredibly fast cars around this very tricky circuit. Very technically challenging. And you've got to stay on your ball. It's not like you can... We talk about this a lot in endurance racing, especially in, you know, 24 hours of Le Mans and such things, you know. It's not... You have that when you're driving down a motorway and you suddenly go, oh, I've lost half an hour by just being in cruise control. It's nothing like that for these guys. They are pushing on every single lap. And the strain that it costs them on their back, on their necks, it's a lot out there, the force of the car.
Approaching the end of the second hour in Portimão. See the 908 car. Remember that car did pick up track limits penalties. It's Nicolas Prost at the wheel at the moment. And then this is our that was our race leader. So as we approach the end of the second hour, let's run you through the order. Jean-Paul Pani leads for Team Vision in the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. That is the UCS1 class lead. 3 laps clear of the second place car overall, which is the Porsche Cup leader of Carl van der Westen in the number 14 2B Autosport car. Third overall, only by 7.6 seconds to Van der Westen, is the number 89, as in comes the 701 Vortex from 8th position. But the car second place in Porsche Cup is Loeb in the GP Racing Team Porsche, and that car had a drive-through penalty earlier on, don't forget. And then third amongst the Porsche Cup runners is the second of the 2B Autosport cars, the number 7, Jan Pen Lu, currently at the wheel of that car, but we'll have Romain Favre later in the car as well, who's been taking wins in the Alpine Elf Cup and the Ligier European Series since winning the Midjet 2 Litre France Trophy Championship back in 2022. Second of the UCS2 runners, of the 2 remaining runners in that class, Cyril Calmon in the 21 Vortex is in 5th position. UCS4 being led by the number 17 L'Espace Bienvenue BMW M4 GT4 of Daniel Wasinski, who currently leads in that category. Just behind them as well, we have the USC3 leader, and then the sole remaining car in USC3 after the demise of the XP Racing Ferrari 488, number 29 of Javier Pompidou at the start of the race. So the last remaining car in that category is Stéphane, well, actually, as I say that, it just changed over to Christophe Derigny, which is the Vortex car that has just left the pits, the 1.0 car, the 701 numbered machine. And then in UCS Light is still Frédéric de Brabant leading in the 123 Giselle Technology car. All the 4 UCS Light represented by Giselle Technology in the Alpine A110 Cup cars. So Frédéric de Brabant, the gentleman class racer in the Alpine Elf Cup series, leading that category in 9th position overall. And then second in that class is Olivier Martinez in the number 19. The Peugeot 208 endurance driver, which is a former Ultimate Cup series. And then third is Stéphane Loeb in the 110 car. And that is the order as we approach the end of the second hour of racing in the Trofeu Gte 4-hour endurance race here in Portimão.
I can only see your face now. That's a struggle. We're going to have some highlights in a minute so you can catch up on everything that we've seen, but the glare at the moment just shows me your face rather than the cars. So if you've missed out on the action, we are going to see the highlights very shortly here on YouTube, so stick with us. Still 2 hours worth of racing.
So the 701 Vortex was in 8th position, just dropped down to 9th behind the UCS light class leader Frederick Brabant as it came out of pit lane. And so we approach the end of the second hour here in Portimão.
Peu importe qui tu es, peu importe d'où tu viens, nous passons tous par les mêmes étapes. Décision. Travail. Concentration. Objectif. Peu importe ce qui se passe, reste concentré. Dans la difficulté, ne lâche rien. Crois en toi et crois en ce que tu peux accomplir. Ne te décourage pas. Il y a toujours moyen de réussir. Il y a toujours une solution. Tu peux le faire. Tu peux atteindre ta cible. Il n'y a pas de raccourci. Juste la volonté, le travail et un peu d'aide. 9 mm. Atteins ta cible.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Hour 3 in Portimão for Trofeu Gte. And it is Jean-Paul Banny who continues to lead for the Vision Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. They've done a full driver rotation there, but other teams we still haven't seen some drivers out, namely Romain Fav in the number 7 to be Autosport's car. And I'm sure there are some others as well that we are yet to see out on track in full force just yet. But, come the end of the race, we certainly will have. So it is a closing battle in the Porsche Cup with Carl van der Westen leading by 8.5 seconds, but he has served 2 of his mandatory pit stops. The 2 cars behind him have only served 1, with 1 under investigation as well. But Loic Thier and Jan Pen Lu in the 89 GP racing team and the number 7 to be Autosport cars respectively, only separated by 1.2 seconds at the moment. So there is still a battle to be had in the Porsche Cup. It's the most hotly contested of the 5 categories racing in the Trofeu Gte this weekend, with 6 entries, and then Porsche Cup is open to not only the current specification of 992 Porsche Cup machinery, but also the older ones, the 991, of which we have 1 from Mirage Racing, and also the 997 eligible as well. Although I think you do well to actually find one of those still running these days. So, although I think a few odd races, particularly over in Australasia, you might find a GT3 997, but that's just off the top of my head. In has come the Porsche Cup race leader, Carl van der Westen, and looks like handing over to Caesar there, as we've got a couple of cars filling up on fuel as well.
That Porsche leading the class has come in quite early compared to competitors behind them. They managed to get themselves into second with some clever strategy in terms of some earlier pit stops. Now they've come in again early. Be interested to see if the leader comes in anytime soon, because they did something similar, but they've pulled out a bit of time now over the car number 14, which is currently in the pits with Carl van der Westen, to take probably Caesar. As I say, that Ferrari has come in from the lead.
Yeah, so race leader into the pits. I wonder if we'll get a driver change with that as well. They have done the they've done the full rotation within about 2 hours. So I think it was a very short stint for Jean-Bernard Bouvet, wasn't it?
Yes. Well, yes. Yeah. They switched with about hour 15. I think they came in, didn't they? Or about that? No, maybe it was Aaron, because they didn't do a pit stop for a while, did they? And then eventually, I think about hour 15 in, they came and did a pit stop. Yes, he's done a short stint, so he might not do a driver change here. Looks like he is, though. You hear that wind? That's the wind in the pit lane. It's like a little aero tunnel. Very windy down there. Just under 2 hours left then, so that don't think they did have a driver change there.
We'll find out shortly, won't we? When
Would have been a very quick driver change if that was the case. Didn't feel like it's going for some refueling as well. It's going for the whole hog.
Peels to left of screen. And yeah, Jean-Bernard Bouvet now aboard the
Well, he was speedy.
car. So yeah, we thought it was fairly short stint for Bouvet earlier on.
Not Bouvet.
Yeah, because he did the second stint. So before Pandin got in the car.
Well, that was very short.
Yeah, I think it was. Unless I'm
it went from
terribly mistaken, but
yeah, I'm pretty sure it went to Hallyday and then straight to, anyway. You may very well be right there, but I don't remember seeing that.
Jean-Bernard Bouvet started racing in Formula Ford 1600 in France, 1991. Won the championship in 93, and then made his Le Mans debut that year with Graf Racing, where he won the Formula Ford title with. Can't imagine going from Formula Ford to racing at Le Mans in the same year. It's quite astonishing. Spent a lot of the early 2000s in LMP2 in the Le Mans series. So a very experienced driver. You may see that still in the pits, and yeah, Cesar van der Westen now dropping to 6th position as a result of that latest pit stop, but only 2 left to serve.
Yeah, looking back, this is his first stint out in the Ferrari with the leading car.
Oh, okay. So it's still only 0.2 seconds between Jan Penlu and Loic Thiers. Ford is now the lead in the Porsche Cup after the latest pit stop from the Van der Westins. Or the Van der West twins, we might start calling them as well.
Very good. Very good. I have to ask them if they're twins now.
Yeah, I have to check. I'm pretty sure I asked them in Paul Ricard, but forgot to write down the answer.
Are you twins? There's a 50-50 chance.
Yeah, could go either way, really.
Is that the after party?
Clearing traffic for the Porsche Cup car, the Seb Ligier Racing entry.
Cars being warned about track limits again. Probably means they're pushing a bit now after heavier loads with their refueling. They're probably now getting a bit lighter out there and able to push a bit harder, which is then throwing up some track limits again. Car at 110 is being told to respect track limits, as well as car 14 and car 71. And it seems to all be at, two of them are turn 14. One's turn 4 and one's turn 1.
All track limit hotspots on this track, unfortunately.
I've already seen a car get a penalty for not respecting track limits, so it's not like the stewards aren't going to hand out penalties if you keep being a repeat offender. We'll get a 5-second penalty. And that's not what you need, because that's a big chunk of your race taken away by a penalty.
Jean-Bernard Bouvet now actually on to the racetrack after that very lengthy. Just give you an indication of what the times are. It was 5:58.95 last time round for Jean-Bernard Bouvet, which included the pit stop, driver change, and the refueling as well, which of course done in a separate area. So that's the total amount of time that they're taking. But now that he's at the wheel of that car, is absolutely lighting up the timing screen, which is not surprising. Bearing in mind he is the former pro, we'll say. I mean, it's more bronze by virtue of his age rather than his skill and experience. At 54. Of course, professional driver. We were just talking about how he came up through Formula Ford, racing at Le Mans. But then it's interesting, David Halliday's experience, for example. He's got 5 Le Mans 24-hour experience appearances himself as well, and was a race winner in French GT in the early 2000s, racing Audis and Ferraris. He even finished second in the championship back in 2011, and has scored podiums in the European Le Mans series and the LMP3 category for Duqueine, and raced with the likes of CD Sport as well in the GT4 European series and the Porsche Cayman. Basically, you could list off almost every brand that he's worked with. Now, car off the road here, that is the number 7 Olivier Favre in the 2B Autosport car, and that car has just come out of pit lane as well. So Olivier Favre, maybe on cold tyres, has lit up those Goodyears and just dropped himself off the road at what looked like turn 13. It's Olivier Favre, the father of the father-son combination that is racing in that car alongside Yan Pen Lu. Favre on his way down to 6th position now, so behind Cesar van der Westen. Remember, has done 3 of his mandatory stops. The cars in front of him haven't done theirs yet. Fastest lap of the race being done by our race leader, Jean-Bernard Bouvet, 1:44.951, which is considerably faster than anyone else on the track at the moment. In fact, the only other car that's been able to get anywhere near that is Olivier Gomez and Arnaud Gomez in the number 20 Vortex when they were in the car, but that's still some nearly 2 seconds slower than what Barnard's just been able to do on that previous lap. 67 laps now completed for the race leaders. He's just done another best time, and there we see the rotation for Olivier Favre at the top of the hill at turn 13, and yeah, through went the class leader in front of him. But yeah, another new fastest lap for Jean-Bernard Bouvet, 1:44.571.
Just taking time off his own time, it's amazing. And he's got a full tank, which is quite impressive.
Fresh
tyres
as well.
Yeah, new boots. Lots of, yeah, but the car will be a little bit heavier due to that fuel.
I think a track like this, the effect of the new tyres would outweigh the cost of the additional weight. So Olivier Favre there, continuing on his way after that spin.
He's having fun out there, Jean-Bernard Bouvet, isn't he? Fastest second sector again. See what his third sector is looking like. So if he's going to better his own time, he might not, because he didn't improve in the first sector, but he's enjoying his new boots.
Yeah, 2/10 off his best first sector time. 32.7. Yeah, Favre is having a bit of a lonely race. He's 16 seconds behind Cesar van der Westen, 3 laps ahead of Christophe Derenu.
He's bettered his third sector as well and taken a little bit of time off his best lap, so got some fresh air out there and enjoying being behind the wheel.
Oh, he has managed to do it. 1:44.159 now for Jean-Bernard Bouvet. Just messing with us at this point.
Just mocking us. See if he can do it again. His fastest first sector.
And that's 3/10 quicker than what he managed to do on the previous lap, because it wasn't an improvement. So, yeah, that we could get to the 43s. I mean, we're still nowhere near troubling the GT3 lap record around here, of course. But yeah, it's great pace from Jean-Paul Bouvet.
So he was 0.03 of a second slower in sector 2 than his previous fastest. It's still not far off. And then we'll see how he did in sector 3 in a minute, and see if he can better his time of a 1:44.159, which is not qualifying at the moment, so laps don't massively matter in that sort of way, but it's just enjoyable to watch for us, isn't it?
Another car doing its personal best at the moment is the number 13 Audi R8 GT4 car from GR Racing Team.
We're in the 143s.
Yeah, quite substantially, 143.6.
Took about 5/10. I think it was around 5/10 he took off his, maybe it could have been 6/10 of his fastest. I'm trying to remember what he was. A 1:44.5, did I say?
Yeah.
Or was it 0.1?
We are, well, he went 6.5 seconds quicker than the other UCS1 car of Solent and Rouge in the slightly less modified Vortex number 21 machine. That's just done its fastest lap of the race as well. So yeah, a full 6 seconds of difference between those two cars.
A bit of traffic now, but we'll slow him down a little bit on this sector. He's making his way through the final sector now. So he won't better this lap, I would assume, just because he had a bit of traffic from, I think it was one of the Porsches there. But watching this threesome of drivers is a joy. They all work together incredibly well and done well with their strategy here as well. To see what this lap time is, it won't be better, I would assume. He was setting a 1:43.62, and that one's far. Yeah, I think he got massively compromised in that final sector, but that's all right. Still 6 seconds faster than most other drivers, all the other drivers out there, so I don't think he'll let that one worry him too much.
There's very little stopping that car at the moment. It's the fastest on track.
As the championship evolves, we'll see more manufacturers and drivers of different calibers coming in. Should be great to see this car in fighting action, wouldn't it, as well?
So the Vision team watching on.
Looking comfortable.
Their car in the lead. Cesar van der West in here hasn't taken the Porsche Cup lead back just yet. He's still got Gabriel Piemont and Nicolas Prost in front of him on track, but is effectively a pit stop ahead, having done 3 of his mandatory pit stops. The 2 cars in front of him have only done 2.
Sort of similar strategy to the Ferrari out in front, isn't he? Pit when no one else is pitting, basically, a little bit earlier than everyone else. Most of the other drivers are on, well, no, actually, I tell a lie. From 7 down, lots of those have taken 3 of their mandatory pit stops as well. Everyone watching on in anticipation, still just over an hour and a half of racing still to go here. mostly 2 or 3 pit stops still to come. I would imagine probably some new boots and a bit more refueling out there as well, and another driver change is imminent in the next 20 to half an hour. And then you want, I assume most of them would kind of put their if they can, put their faster driver to the end. Would it be a sprint, or would you rather have your faster driver to start the race?
Personally, I'd try and get them to do both.
I'm not sure the regulations massively allow you to do that if you've got a silver driver, but
yeah, there are various rules about drive times and whatnot when it comes to the different class of drivers. What is the maximum a silver can do? If you're in a 2-car lineup, it's a maximum of 2 hours. If you're in a 3-car lineup, then it's a maximum of 1 hour and 30. That's assuming you have 2 complete amateurs with you. Otherwise, it's largely 1 hour and 15.
which is what David Hallyday did.
Yeah.
Exactly on the nose, really. Came in at 1:14, didn't he? Oh dear, look at that. Doesn't quite look right. Looks like there's an issue there in the rear right for car 22. 71, is it? Is it Marlon Hernandez?
That's the, yeah, that is the Martini by Almaraz car that was out at the start of the race. So it looks like they've got the car back again and are studying the tyre. So this will be why that car couldn't continue.
Yeah, doesn't quite look aligned. That tyre doesn't quite look right, does it? Looks like it's been sucked out.
But it does look like that car is going to re-enter this race, by the looks of it, albeit 61 laps down.
Interesting. Can you do that? Can you leave a race and then come back in halfway through?
Well, we'll see, won't we? I don't see why.
I feel like if you've retired, you've retired.
Oh, the mechanical intervention rules in endurance racing are a bit flexible, aren't they?
Yes. See what happens there. Might just start using it as a practice session for understanding the car a little bit more for the next round.
They've paid the entry fee, may as well use it.
Yeah. Track day. Grab the calendar and see where we head to next.
Yes, for the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup, it will be Hockenheim. The next time we see Trofeu GTE out is due to be Mugello in September, isn't it?
Yeah, 6th to the 8th of September for Mugello. Hockenheim is start of July. We'll go to Magny Cours in October and then finish again in Beauregard in November.
Previous generation 701 Vortex. Yeah, there's the Martinet car. It's got a driver at the wheel. I assume that Marlon Hernandez is not just sat there this entire race for 2.5 hours waiting to try and get back into
Been
the
listening
race,
to our commentary.
So, no, maybe.
But no, I would assume that maybe they're just, I don't know, it's all a bit bizarre. We'll see what happens. If he comes out of the pits, our answers will be laid out in front of us. So still 2 or 3 pit stops to take for all teams up and down the grid. So the pit lane will get busy again soon. Oh, bit of a...
That was a wiggle.
Yeah, it was a wiggle. Didn't look like understeer or oversteer, it just looked like a wiggle.
Reggie Rigaud de Seb. L'espèce bienvenue. BMW. Okay. What that was a visual representation of weight transfer in a braking zone. See the Porsche Cup car closing in. You can see why the BMWs in GT racing became a bit of a meme for their size. I mean, look how big that GT4 car is compared to the 992 Porsche, which is not exactly small either. So, beefy machines.
Yeah, indeed. Porsches always feel a bit more compact, though, don't they? Whenever you see the Porsches, they all seem like they're a nice little nimble, loud thing.
Nimble is exactly right. That's how they make up their time on the Ferrari challenges and the Super Trofeos, particularly in the sprint series.
Yeah. Fast old cars.
I'm sure it feels great to drive, but there's probably nothing more infuriating than knowing you have 140 horsepower less than some of the cars around you.
Yes. But everyone's in their own race in a championship like this. But yes, as a racing driver, you'd want that. Bit more power.
I'm trying to think what year of the 992 Cup car we're in now. It must be in the 5th year. It debuted in 2020 globally.
4 years.
Oh.
Ooh.
Tight moment there between Olivier Favre and Stéphane Loeb.
I feel like he got the entry into turn 1 a bit wrong, didn't he? And kind of hit the curbs in a way, and then almost took out. Completely forgotten who's behind him. Took out nearly that person. If I point, will that work? What car is it?
The 110.
110, yes.
The Alpine.
Yes.
Yeah, Stéphane Loeb.
Recovered it though.
Yeah.
To still be ahead. They're not fighting for position at the moment, those guys though.
No, it's very much lapped traffic there for Olivier Favre.
Still don't want to take him out though.
No. But yeah, I think it's still think of the 992 as one of these newer cars. Whereas, and maybe that's more to do with the fact that the 992 GT3 car came out last year.
Yeah.
But maybe it was 2021 for the Cup car. In fact, I think it might have been. I'm trying to remember when I did the Carrera Cup Asia announcement that it was getting the 992 in its first year of competition. One of the two. All right, into the final 90 minutes of this race.
The sun's really starting to drop a little bit now. It's
Yeah,
going to start getting in the driver's eyes.
It's already in my eyes.
Yes, I've had to step back from the screen.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really.
No, you don't have to say. I'm half hiding mine behind the commentary box. Should I get you a fan?
I've got a fan.
Oh.
Yeah, sat right next to one.
Oh, you wish.
Yeah, you were saying all the nice things about about me after Paul Ricard, so.
Well, I said you said the names well.
Yeah, thanks.
No, you're a great commentator. It's great to work alongside you. We've never worked together before, so it's been a joy.
Yeah, that's been good, isn't it? Right, the shades are working a treat here actually, so we're gonna run with this.
You should see the visual of this. He looks like he's in Top Gun.
We need is just a dim the lights, act like it's on the boat that they're on, that the planes take off from.
Yep, getting the F-18.
Yeah. And
got enough horsepower here to fly.
All the sweat. They were all really sweaty on that boat, weren't they? Like it was supposedly very hot in there.
I think it's the Indian Ocean it's filmed in.
Is it hot there?
Feels like it should be.
Yeah.
Shall I use the old Google again? How hot is the Indian Ocean?
Into the pits, meanwhile, is the Seb Lejeune Racing 908 Porsche, Nicolas Prost. Also in pit lane at the moment is the 701 Vortex, Christophe Derinau.
Indian Ocean's the warmest ocean.
Is it?
Yep.
Is that what it says?
Well, no, it then goes on to say with significant impact on global climate due to its interact. But I didn't want to go down the global
no, we shouldn't. No.
So I was like, yes. So yeah, it's pretty warm around there. So maybe that was realistic sweat or a bit of Hollywood. Though, if it's Tom Cruise, it'll be his own sweat because he does his own stunts. So he probably had to work hard for his own sweat there.
We've discovered a lot about Hollywood this week in the Ultimate Cup Series. It's been used for the Rapide movie. The Formula Cup has, anyway. Yeah,
we've had some filming here at the track. It's been amazing to see.
In fact, just before this race, they were doing it was listed on the entry as a demonstration.
Yeah.
But basically, it was just a filming opportunity for the movie.
Yeah.
We've had drivers here under pseudonym names that they're acting as for the movie,
which was incredibly hard to commentate on.
Yes,
I won't lie, because even on the timing screen, it had because you kind of expected. I expected, maybe not have it on the timing screen, but on the timing screen, it had the actor's name, which is a way to throw off a commentator that's for free. Especially because one of the drivers was battling at the front a lot, so I had to kind of say both names each time. So we had some great racing, but yeah, it's been great to see the team crew around. They're staying in the same place we are as well, so the big team have been grabbing a drink after very long days I think they've been having here.
Yeah, it'd be great to chat to you.
Yeah.
Right, we saw the 708 in pit lane. And Stéphane Perrin now making his way back now onto the track as well in the Seb Lejeune Racing Porsche. Names we haven't seen out on the track just yet, and that is the UCS Light Runners. The 123 car now in the hands of Jean-Louis Dauga, who has recently joined over from the Midgets to mainly be competing in the 24 Hours of Barcelona.
Oh, big stretch there. Got a driver change coming up.
It's very much what I do in the mornings as well. Minus the helmet and, fireproof layer and
you sleeping in that.
Yeah.
Very flexible he was as well. I wasn't sure who it was, but could touch his toes and everything. It's hard to do. Do a lot of yoga to touch your toes. Straight back.
I definitely can't.
It's the straight back that I was more impressed. His form was very good. Anyway.
Also at the wheel at the moment in one of the Alpines, the number 19, is Julien Bouni, the rally driver, who's just coming to pit lane as well. And then Mark Jacob as well in 93, Frenchman. At some point, we'll hand over the car to Marc Lopez as well, the 23-year-old Spaniard, who started car racing in 2021 in the French GT4 Championship, and then has spent the last 2 years racing in the GT4 European Series. And back out onto the track as comes Stéphane Ortelli in the 701 Vortex car.
Pit lane's getting busy now. Everyone coming in for their final few stops. We've got someone down to 1 here. Julian Boini, there's an I there. Boini. In car number 19. They've only got 1 stop to go, so that's in the UCS lights, the Alpine car. So another one there, car 701 in the UCS3. Also got 1 stop left, so interesting to see what the leaders do from here.
The various different classes. We have UCS1, which is for primarily GT3 competition, but as you've seen, the Vortex is the latest edition of it as well, given their speed, has been granted UCS1 classification, just so it isn't absolutely dominating other classes. We do also have a class for UCS2, but we don't have any entries for that. We did in the Sprint Series. That's largely for Super Trofeo cars, but also for any GT3 cars like pre-2010, so it's some of the older machines that don't quite have the same speed. Then UCS3, which is largely Ferrari Challenge machinery, so whether that's Evo machinery or previous generation machinery, doesn't really matter. Then UCS4, which is for the GT4 competition, Porsche Cup as well for the Porsche Cup category. It's fairly self-explanatory. But then UCS Light is a bit more of a apply on demand kind of classification. It's largely is where we see the Alpine A110s, the Ligier JS2Rs, and the midjets as well, such as what we had in the Sprint Series as well. But that category can also be reserved for.
A twitch there for Bouvet. Sorry, continue. I just
previous generation GT4 machinery is the end of my point there. But yes, Bouvet rounding up the.
Who's going round a bit?
Is that the 71? I think it is.
Oh, is it back?
I think it is. Marlon Hernandez is at
welcome
is
back,
back out
Marlon.
on track. So wow. Yep.
Got a couple of laps to catch up on, but we believe in you. Only done 17 laps, that car, and the leader's on 81, so
yeah,
might be racing for a little bit longer than the rest of them if we wanted to catch up. But yeah, Marlon Hernandez, I don't know why I said it like that, is back in the race.
Might be difficult for them to fulfill the drive time requirements with the limited time. Let's actually have a look at this. So Marlon Hernandez is the silver driver in that, and they are bronze, silver. So that means that well, they're already kind of screwed really, because each bronze driver has to do a minimum of 1 hour.
I think they're just using it as a practice
they
session, aren't
they are going to take a hefty penalty for it, but they're 64 laps down, so it's not really the end of the world for them, to be honest. But I was more just curious if they were actually going to be able to do it, especially considering they've stuck their silver driver out in the car, and he could do a maximum of 1 hour and 15.
Pit lane's getting busy again then. We've got 6 cars in. 5 cars. Hernandez is back in, so let's see what happens there. They might just do a couple of driver changes and again use it as a practice session. It'll be interesting to see when the number 1 Ferrari comes in. It's got 2 more stops to make, but it did refuel last time with Bouvet at the wheel, and it did also get some fresh tyres, so I would assume the next one will be... Oh, do you see he went quite hard over that sausage curb there on the exit of the corner. Don't want to run over those. So the leader is 2 laps ahead, so they basically have quite a lot of time to come in and do what they want, really.
The car behind also owes a pit stop as well, so it's effectively another few minutes ahead. Think about it. So the car we just saw was re-entering the racetrack. It was the 123. There it is. That's Frederick de Brabant. Back out on track. 1 pit stop left for the 123 car, so it has lost the class lead as a result of that stop, but I'm sure we'll take it back now that, in fact, Stéphane Loeb is in pit lane. The Martinet car was back in pit lane there with Marlon Hernandez. Hopefully that's just getting the bronze drivers some actual... I mean, it could actually well have just been Marlon Hernandez checking over the car.
Yep, could have been. I did mention it came in earlier. So he wasn't out for long, a couple of laps, and then straight back into the pits. So, yeah, they could have done some work on it and then want to make sure. Yeah, lots of reasons he could have popped back out. Checking it all over, just doing a bit of a shakedown.
Porsche Cup class leader into pit lane as well, Gabriel Piemont in the GP racing team Porsche. And out of the pits in the number 7 2B Autosport car has come Romain Favre as well, the silver driver, come in for the or come out, I should say, for the final hour and 15 minutes of this race. So they're really maximising that silver class time, aren't they? Romain, the son of the lad and dad combination of Olivier and Romain Favre, the 18-year-old who's only in his 3rd year of car racing, but his 1st year of car racing was winning the midget 2-litre France Championship. Then was moved into the Alpine Elf Cup series with VPS Racing. And that's the Mathieu Vaxivière, Aurélien Panis and Rafael Serrano run team. And if those names sound familiar, it's because they're an Alpine World Endurance Championship driver and the son of Olivier Panis there as well, running the VPS Racing team. And he was a race winner in the Alpine Cup last year. Already a race winner in the Ligier European Series in the JSP4, so making his prototype debut this year with Inter-Europol competition and winning in Paul Ricard. That's his main program for this year, and even made his LMP3 debut at the end of last year as well. So it's an exciting young driver in the form of Romain Favre.
Pit stops continue here. A couple of driver changes happening. I would assume this will be the last driver change that we see in all of the teams. As you say, Romain Favre is the silver driver in the number 7 Porsche, which is back out on track.
71 is, yeah.
Body work hanging off there. Is it a sticker?
I think that's just the tow rope.
Oh, fine.
The tow link.
I didn't quite see it in time. Still out in the lead is the number 1 Ferrari of Jean-Bernard Bouvet at the wheel at the moment. Hasn't come in for another pit stop just yet. It'd be interesting to see what he does, as well as Van der Westen, who Caesar is currently there. I still think these two are on very similar strategies. They keep being out at the same time and coming in at the same time. So they are 3 laps behind in that Porsche, but it's unsurprising with the pace of the Ferrari. So let's see when these two come in and set the next lot of pit stops in action. Sun is definitely starting to drop a lot now, and that will be really affecting the drivers as they go around, especially as they're up at the top of the hill and the different heights of this track. It's not quite the right word, but you know what I mean. And they'll get caught with that sun in their eye, and it's not like they can suddenly put sunglasses on or really give themselves shade. They just sort of have to hope for the best.
One of the few reasons, and there are not many reasons why a driver in a closed wheel cockpit, or a closed cockpit I should say, might choose to wear a tinted visor,
Yep.
or wear a visor at all.
Yep.
One is to have a tint.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if people would realise it was sunny enough to have a tinted visor out there.
They also do tint on the windshield now.
Yes, they do. Some of the cars do, don't they? Have it on that top bit, like, you know, like in the 80s when you used to have like the Volvo or whatever it was, used to have a tinted bit at the top, and they realised it wasn't very good.
I imagine they get out of the car and they've also got that strip of sun cream down their nose.
Oh,
as
totally.
well,
Yeah, absolutely. Don't forget your sunscreen out there, even if you're in a car, my friends. Even if you've got a helmet covering the majority of your face.
You just have that bit around their eyes and the top of their nose would be very red.
Did you put your sunscreen on this morning?
I didn't, no.
Gotta wear your Factor 50
Been
on
on
your
air
face.
for 12 hours, so...
You've put the sun on your face. Gotta put your Factor 50 on.
It's fine, this window's...
A window.
Yeah.
Actively bringing the sun into you.
It's fine.
We'll get you on Factor 50 soon. So...
No need, I'm too pale. So 93 in pit lane, the Chazelle Technology Alpine. Mark Lopez at the wheel of that car.
Another car coming into refueling as well, one of the Porsches, can't quite see the number.
It's 89.
You're closer to the TV than I am.
It's Loic Thier. The GP Racing team car is at the moment 3rd of the Porsche Cup.
Be interesting to see if Bouvet comes in and then Van der Westen joins, as in follows suit. See how close their strategies are. See if actually Van der Westen is looking at what Bouvet is doing to try and keep up with that leader. Definitely taking control of that Porsche category again, has Cesar Van der Westen.
Yeah, although Romain Favre has suddenly thrown his hat into the ring for, well, at the very least second in the Porsche Cup, because he is currently doing that car's best times, which you'd expect as the silver driver in that three-driver lineup, compared to Stéphane Perrin in front of him. Has been lapping significantly faster. So last time around a 146.9 for Romain Favre, and Stéphane Perrin ahead of him 150.0, and the gap is not insurmountable. It's about a minute or so between those two cars. So there is still every opportunity in the final hour and 7 minutes or so for Romain Favre to elevate the number 7 car to second position and potentially even make it a 2B Autosport 1-2 finish in the Porsche Cup. Also into the pits has come Cesar Van der Westen. I imagine we'll see Carl getting in for the final stint here, and then they will owe one more stop, which will be a splash and dash towards the end, I'd have thought.
Yeah, both silver drivers are the identical twins. We're not sure if they're twins.
We're not sure if they're. We're not. Yeah.
They might
All
not
we know
even.
is,
Well,
all we know is we haven't learned how to tell them apart yet.
they are very similar, with similar haircuts, with similar facial features, as you would expect for siblings. But
They both wear glasses as well, don't they?
Caesar wasn't wearing glasses when I spoke to him. Maybe he's got contacts. No, in fact, neither of them.
Maybe
Right.
that. Oh, okay. No, one of them. At least one of them.
That's how we would know.
wears, yeah,
Okay.
that's how we would have
But
known.
next time we see them, we'll say which one of you wears glasses, and then we'll get away with not knowing who's who.
Yeah, some twins. There were twins in the GT Cup Championship I was commentating on last year, and they both had wildly different haircuts.
Oh, that's good. I'll take that.
I mean, like one of them had a Valtteri Bottas haircut with the mullet. Yeah, that made it significantly easier.
Yeah, it's always interesting with twins, isn't it? Especially identical twins. I don't know whether they're sort of from a very young age always dressed together, but I always think if I was a twin, I would want to look a bit different. But a lot of them don't. I'm not a twin, so I can't comment on being a twin. But I feel like I would, I don't know, have shorter hair or something. But it'd be so cool, wouldn't it, to like look at someone and they had the same face as you. You could never call yourself ugly, though, could you? I look terrible today. Your twin's like, hey, what are you talking about?
I think we just learned something about you. But
Yeah, I mean, giving away too much with just an hour to go.
yeah. Hour and 5 minutes left on the clock. Let's run through the order as we approach the final 60 minutes in Trofeu GTE, the 4-hour endurance race at the Autodromo Internacional de Algarve. Jean-Bernard Bouvet leads by 4 laps to the rest of the field aboard his number 1 Visium Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo in the UCS1 category. In second position, despite being in pit lane, still is Carl van der Westen, who's just gotten aboard the number 14 2B Autosport Porsche. That car has basically led that category since the start of the race, barring the pit stop cycle and them recovering from their balance penalties. So the lead in the Porsche Cup there. Second of the Porsche Cup runners and third overall is, now it's Carl van der Westen. It was Stéphane Perrin who's just taken the lead in that category in the 908 Seb Lejeune Racing Porsche. And then into the pits just now has come Romain Favre, recently aboard that car. So that will be for one of its 2 remaining pit stops. But he is charging up the order and a potential challenger to Stéphane Perrin in the closing stages of this race in the sister 2B Autosport car. In 5th position and second in UCS1 is Cyril Calmont in the 21 Vortex shared with Solan and Rouge. That is currently 57 seconds behind the Romain Favre Porsche. And also with some pit stops under investigation as well. The UCS4 leader is still the number 17, L'Espèce Bienvenue, BMW M4 GT4 of Regis Rigo de Seb. In 7th position overall. Then comes the UCS3. Sole remainer in that category, which is the Vortex 1.0, the 701 machine. I was thinking if that was a battle for position. I believe it might be actually between Loeb and Cyril Calmont. But we'll run through the rest of the order as Stéphane Gouvenet leading in the UCS3 Vortex. Then our UCS Light leader, Frédéric de Brabant in 123. The Chazelle Technology car. Which is has the GT4 Audi from GL Racing Team between himself and his nearest class rival, Benoit Marion, in the number 19 car. And then the 110 completing the podium. That's Michel Abatou, currently at the wheel of the 110, with Marc Lopez rounding out the UCS light field. And that is how things stand as we are approaching the final hour of the Trofeu Gte 4-hour endurance in Portimão. So far, we have lost Javier Pompidou, the 29 XP Racing Ferrari 488 car, after contact at the start of the race with the number 71 Martin by Almeras Porsche Cup car that has spent an awfully long time in the pits and did manage to get back out on track again, but circulated 67 laps down. We have also lost Olivier Gomez, our pole-sitting car, the number 20 Vortex, with what seemed like some technical issues in that car. And then one car we haven't seen out for a while yet either is the 91 Mirage Racing Porsche, Thibaut Caray, most recently at the wheel of that car, but again 28 laps the difference between itself and the last remaining runner, which is Marc Lopez, as we enter the final hour of the race.
Peu importe qui tu es, peu importe d'où tu viens, nous passons tous par les mêmes étapes. Décision. Travail. Concentration. Objectif. Peu importe ce qui se passe, reste concentré. Dans la difficulté, ne lâche rien. Crois en toi et crois en ce que tu peux accomplir. Ne te décourage pas. Il y a toujours moyen de réussir. Il y a toujours une solution. Tu peux le faire. Tu peux atteindre ta cible. Il n'y a pas de raccourci. Juste la volonté, le travail et un peu d'aide. 9 mm. Atteins ta cible.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
Final hour of Trofeu Gte, the 4-hour endurance race from Portimão. That was a very visual representation of the strong wind we were talking about earlier, Claire.
It's windy out there, it is indeed. The wind really started getting up during qualifying for the endurance prototype car race that we have tomorrow, the 6-hour race that we've got, and it doesn't seem to...
It's good you say car race because Ultimate Cup does do motorcycle racing as well.
Okay, so. There you go. That's good that I specified. And suddenly, between being out there earlier in the day and that qualifying session, suddenly the pit lane became a tunnel, and I was being blown around everywhere. So obviously that wind hasn't dropped that much. You can't hear it so much on the effects mic anymore. We were hearing it literally blowing on the effects mic, so the wind direction must have changed somehow, but it's still pretty blowy out there, and the sun is starting to
the sun is in the perfect position now, isn't it? It has dropped behind the grandstand.
Yes.
In front of us.
Perfect for us, maybe not for the drivers.
Well, it means I can finally see again.
And I can't see your face reflected on the screen, which is nice.
So everyone's a winner.
Everyone's a winner, baby. Exactly that. So, final 55 minutes here in Portimão for the 4-hour endurance. They do skip the next race in Hockenheim and go to Mugello. So if you enjoyed what you saw today, make sure you tune in again in a couple of weeks' time. Well, a couple of months' time, actually. We go to Hockenheim first in July.
Yeah, it will be the return of the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup in Hockenheim, Trofeu Gte specifically, back out in Mugello.
That's what I just said.
So,
reiterating. Brilliant. That's good. Good to be clear.
GT Endurance is still there in Hockenheim.
Yes,
so.
yes. Got some good racing in Hockenheim. I do like Hockenheim. It's a good track.
Just been for the first time a few weeks ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it was lovely.
I've only been once, and it is a great track. What would you say is your favourite track?
Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Oh, that was not even a hesitation.
Ah, it's the best place in the world.
I love, it's not one of my favourites, but I really enjoyed Misano as a track.
Ooh, lovely.
Nice area, overlooking the sea. I was a big fan of Misano. Track-wise, I quite like Hungary as well. Doesn't always do the good racing, but it's always a good track to visit. Sometimes you get caught up from was it the event you enjoyed, or was it the racing you enjoyed? And Hungary always, it gives a good event.
It does feel like stepping back in time, though, doesn't it? Going to the Hungaroring. Yeah.
Yeah,
no, I don't mean the country. I mean the track specifically.
It could do with a lick of paint, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's nice when Formula One goes there because they give it the lick of paint. But if you're there for anything other than Formula One,
well, you say that, but there is behind the scenes you do see it at Hungary that's maybe not quite a...
Oh yeah, it looks good on telly.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah. No, it's a great track. It's a great track, and it's cool because when you walk to the paddock, you have to walk past all the cars of the drivers that are lined up. So you got Ferraris. That you always have Carlos Sainz's own Ferrari, which he tends to drive in Europe, as well as it's a red Ferrari, as well as Charles, which is blue. And then you walk past and you can judge all the different cars as you go by. Some people have Audis, and yeah, it's always interesting.
Who's got an Audi? Has Carlos Sainz been given an Audi yet?
No, but when that happens, I'll send you the breaking news. No,
yeah,
Audi was tended to be, I want to say Valtteri Bottas had an Audi, but I forget.
Wow.
I once got followed home by Carlos Sainz.
Well,
not technically.
Yeah, I mean,
I was driving at it because obviously they.
How far did it go? Like to your house, or?
Well, that would be some breaking news that isn't true. No. I was driving the hire car back from the track in Hungary, and suddenly I looked up into my mirrors and I saw this bright red Ferrari, and it was Carlos Sainz alongside his then trainer Rupert. And there is nothing more terrifying than having a Formula One driver following you behind. You suddenly become incredibly aware of how you drive. So yeah, he followed me for a bit and then turned off a different way to a probably much nicer hotel than I was staying at. But that was my nice little claim to fame there. I've once led the way in front of Carlos Sainz.
Right, Jean-Bernard Bouvet.
Did not care for that story.
I thought it was great. So, Jean-Bernard Bouvet giving us his penultimate pit stop for the #1 Vision team. From the lead of the race, as has the number 14 DB Autosport car and the Seb Ligier Racing number 908, which is just behind now, having now they've leveled up on the remaining pit stops, and Lotier as well, and Romain Favre. So maybe Romain Favre's still got to take third position on the road. Still, we'll get a better idea of it once all the pit stops have shaken out, and then we'll see who's chasing who and what still needs to be resolved.
Did you mention the leaders in, or did I miss that completely?
Yes,
great. I thought you did, and then I was going to repeat it, but then I thought you just said it, but I was still thinking about Carlos Sainz.
Oh, it wasn't bad.
Next time, I'll work out how to set better. I'll do more of a... I thought my opening line of "he followed me home" was quite a good one.
That was very gripping.
Gripping.
It was... It's the equivalent of what YouTubers do now, where they stick the most interesting part of their video at the beginning and then do the introduction, and then it's like 3 weeks earlier.
Yeah. Yeah. Giving you a teaser.
Exactly.
My trailer to the story.
Well, no, exactly. That's what I do that in any YouTube videos I make as well now. So
never made a YouTube video.
Oh, I've never made one of my own, but for other people.
Anyway. 49 minutes left of this race. We've been racing for 3 hours and 11 minutes. Jean-Bernard Bouvet is coming out of the pits now. He's pretty much comfortably going to come out in front, I would assume.
Yeah, 96 laps completed for the Ferrari 488. Nearest rival is Cyril Carmon in the Vortex, who's done just done the 93rd lap of the race. And still got 2 pit stops under investigation, though, for that Vortex.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what happens there, actually, because they've got 2 more pit stops they need to take. Car 1's been... Oh, he's got a hammer.
Who's hammering the asphalt there? What? That's
tape and a hammer.
Wow. Okay.
Each their own.
I would imagine that's potentially for the prototype series. I can't imagine somebody's putting down tape on the pit lane for this race this late.
So I'm interested to see, back to Cyril, interested to see what happens there, because they are 2 pit stops down compared to the leader, Jean-Bernard Bouvet, and they've got 2 pit stops under investigation. So I would assume that Van der Westen will move up regardless, because they are following a similar strategy to the Ferrari out in front.
Yeah, be interesting to see where those 2 cars come out relative to one another.
In the next pit stop, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, the way I'm reading it at the moment is that the Vortex has track position over the Porsche, because if it says 3 out of 3 pit stops remaining, but 2 of them are under investigation. So if we consider that, it just has 1 pit stop left to do, regardless of what happens with the other pit stops. But the cars behind him also have 1 pit stop left to serve. So yeah, I'd imagine that is 2 left to serve.
1 left. Oh, so you think the star is one that they didn't count at? Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think. Anyway.
Yeah, well, I would be surprised because there's no way they'd still be out on 3 when everyone else is.
That's me going out on a limb.
Yeah, it was a good limb. It works. Sun really is setting now. Starting to get a bit.
Yeah, I'm thinking about turning the aircon in the commentary box off.
No, you and I would never be able to live together because I like things to be ice cold, and you like it to be. I can turn it up a bit. It's on 21 at the moment. Do you want me to turn it up to?
I mean, I could also just put my jacket on.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I like it to be a bit cooler. We keep having this argument in the car as well, don't you? You keep turning it down.
Yes, because you want it to be like
ice
the
cold.
Arctic.
Yeah. Colder the better. Driver gets the choice though, don't they?
I'm passenger princess. So.
I gave you the choice of music driving down. You went immediately for ABBA, which I very much enjoyed. We had an eclectic start.
When I see ABBA, I have to put it on.
Straight on.
It was at the very top of your song list.
Yeah.
Though, so
well, that's A.
Yeah.
It would be.
Who organises their music by artist? I've never.
My phone does it. I don't
known.
do it. I don't do it. It's not something I do.
No.
Anyway, it was a great music selection
Jam.
as we were heading down here.
Yeah. Carl van der Westen setting decent pace in the first sector on a personal best. In fact, that 3rd position overall. And still with the Porsche Cup lead. See what Romain Fav is right on the back of Loic Thier. It was 1/10 of a second separating them as they went over the timing line. That's the battle for 5th and 6th. So the 89 and the number 7. The 89 being the GP Racing Team cars. We have the 701 Vortex in the pits. But yeah, between 89 and 7. The DB Auto Sport car. Position could well have changed hands already as a change for 5th position. But as it stands, it's still Loic Thier ahead of Romain Fav.
Looking at Mark Lopez down in 13th at the moment.
And yep, confirmation on the timing screen. Romain Fav has got past Loic Thier for 5th position. Quite comfortably, he's pulled 3 seconds on Thier already. So that puts Romain Fav up into 3rd position in the Porsche Cup. So 2B Autosport, sorry, 1 and 3 at the moment. And Stéphane Perrin, 32 seconds ahead with 42 minutes remaining and 1 pit stop. I almost wonder if they have an additional penalty to serve. Let me have a look, because it's... Oh, the problem is Nicolas Prost didn't have a driver grading, but let's assume that the 908 doesn't have any balance penalty to serve, but the number 7 does, which would be 20 seconds. So that would actually mean that realistically the gap between Romain Fav and Stéphane Perrin is closer to 50 seconds rather than the 30 that we called earlier. So we'll see how that pans out after the final pit stop.
It's getting a bit chilly now in here. I'll agree.
Really? Really? Wow.
You made me think about it now. I've got my jacket on. Do you want me to turn it up?
No, I'll put my jacket on this.
It's at 21, so we can turn it up if we want. We've got 40 minutes left, so...
I don't know who's touched it, because I said it's 24 earlier.
Who do you think touched it?
Yeah, well, yeah, of course it did.
Hang on, I'll go turn it up.
Right, in the pits here. Yeah, one of the Alpine cars.
Can confirm it's now at 24.
Oh, lovely.
It's a summer's day in the UK.
That's the 110. I was about to say it was the 110. In pit lane. It's third of the Alpines at the moment.
Still got another round of pit stops to come. Actually saying that someone has just served their final one, the 701, which you just mentioned, obviously.
Yeah, that's the first car to do all 5 of its mandatory pit stops. And has come out in 7th. Well, actually, we'll read it when it gets over the next timing line. But I think 7th is accurate, but it could have fallen behind the GT4 race leader. So we will see. Also in the pits is Philippe Cozy in the Audi R8 GT4 car from GL Racing. And there is that car now.
Pit lane's about to get a lot busier. A driver swap here as well. Car number 13.
Yeah, so that'll be
Cosley is coming out.
Hervé Aloro taking over the car for the final 40 minutes or so of this race. So the 110 rejoins. Guillaume Massey now at the wheel of that car for the last stint or so. So that's just done its final stop as well.
Temperature will be dropping on the track now as well. Doesn't make a huge amount of difference for these guys, but if they are putting some new boots on in their cold tyres, proving another challenge for these endurance racers.
Race leader has just passed 100 laps in this race. Jean-Bernard Bouvet just ticked off lap 101. In fact, as well. So
hard to get out of those cars, aren't they?
Looks like
Teammate needed to yank him out. There's Marc Lopez in the 93 car.
So in has come Loeb Gte from 4th of the Porsche Cup cars. There we go, the family support there for Marc Lopez. It's nice to see. But yes, 4th in Porsche Cup, Loeb Gte into pit lane. And Anthony Baltoy getting aboard that car. So their silver class driver is going to take that car to the end of the race. And we said that kind of makes sense because he did about 45 minutes in the first stint, didn't he, Anthony? So, and now he's doing about 40 in this one. So that will be basically, not necessarily a response, but it will be a response in a sense in terms of the performance against Romain Favre.
Quite a short stint, didn't he, at the beginning? So interesting to see what he can do. Carl van der Westen is on another good lap. He's got fresh tyres. He's not been in for a while, has he?
Hasn't been in for a while.
Yeah.
Still owes us a pit stop.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's just suddenly on a bit of a speed. Well, down in the final sector, but up on the first sector. So maybe it's just a very good first sector. Might have just not had any traffic to worry about out there. As speaking of traffic, Jean-Bernard Bouvet's got some traffic here, trying to get around a Porsche, which turns out to be quite easy into turn 5. Car 89 now being told to respect the track limits. That's Anthony Maltus, who's just taken over.
Yeah, in the GP Racing Porsche.
Cold tyres maybe. Just went a bit wide.
Potentially. And so, yeah, that car's just done its last stop.
Yep.
So
Could work out well for them. Pitting before the rest of the Porsches in that gaggle of Porsches in the... Oh, what happened? Something happened in your brain.
somehow, Guillaume Massey in the Alpine has just done a purple... Okay, no, it's been deleted.
Never mind.
I'm not sure what he cut to do that purple middle sector there. That was very odd.
Yeah.
Because if Guillaume Massey had actually done that, then my God, get him signed up to a GT3 seat now.
Looks like the leader's coming in there.
Yes.
I think of Jean-Bernard Bouvet. Yeah, he's into the pits. So he will come in to serve their final pit stop of the race with 34 minutes left. Very impressive team and very good stopping on the right line there. Sometimes they overshoot it a little. Going to have a driver change as well. Jean-Bernard Bouvet's had enough, and it will probably be
maybe David Hallyday.
I think he was out for 2. Oh no, because he's a bronze. So yeah, it might be.
I don't have the helmet pictures, unfortunately, so we're going to have to wait for it to update on the driver tracker.
He was out for a long time this morning. Earlier in the race, he was out for an hour 15.
Maybe it's Jean-Paul Pani.
I think it would be at this point.
Okay, well, we'll find out in a minute, won't we?
We'll find out as soon as it leaves the pit lane, and got a new fresh pair of tyres on that car, so their advantage will be even more.
Yeah, so car exits the box, and there we go. The pit crew's work is done, and here's David Hallyday, and that car not taking fuel either, so going straight back out.
Did on the last one, didn't it? When it came in, it had a full tank put in. So 2 refuels I think that car has had in this race.
Yep, so that's its last stop now. David Hallyday taking it to the end of the race. Le Mans 24-hour driver. Of course, best known as the singer, songwriter and actor in France. And still holding a 3-lap advantage over Cyril Calmont. And we wait to see what will happen with our Porsche Cup runners, as very slowly into the pits has come the Martinet by Almeris Porsche. Just remember, this car's not really in the competitive running as it stands. So no real rush to get that car turned around as quick as possible as we rejoin the race leader, rounding up some more of the traffic. Coming up to the final half an hour of this race. And still a few cars that owe us stops. Remember, it's you have to get your stop done before the final 15 minutes of this race. We've still got 16 minutes and 15 seconds left on that particular stopwatch.
So quite a few to make one more stop. Still don't quite know what's going to happen with car number 21, who is currently running second at the moment, but has 2 pit stops under investigation, but will still need to come in for their final stop regardless. But I would assume if they're found guilty of whatever they're under investigation for, they will not remain in second place overall in this race, and it would be, as it stands, the Van der Westens who move up to second. But we've still got half an hour left to go, so anything could happen in the last few moments of this. We've got car 71. The team manager has been called immediately to report to race control. It's
the Martinet car.
It's been out for a while, that one.
Yeah.
So don't know what would have happened there, that they need to now immediately go, considering they've been out the race for.
Well, they have been going back out there, haven't they? The Martinet Almaraz Porsche. So,
that's true.
Some other infringement, which would really be a kick in the teeth, wouldn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
So cars that still owe us pit stops. The second place car of Cyril Calmont. Right as I say that hits the pit entry line. The top 3 in Porsche Cup, Carl van der Westen, Stefan Perrin and Romain Favre, all owe us one more stop. As does the GT4 class leader, Daniel Wasinski in the BMW. Frederic de Brabant, Benoit Marion and Hervé Aloro in the 2 Alpines and the Audi. This is, the last stop for Cyril Calmont. Looks like Solan Amrouche is getting aboard the 21 for the final 28 minutes or so of this race, by the looks of it. And Carl van der Westen into pit lane as well for his final stop from the lead in Porsche Cup.
Still quite a few pit stops to be taken yet before the day is over. The sun's back in your eyes as well. It's come under the.
There's a gap between the roof and the seating in the grandstand, and the sun is perfectly between that gap at the moment. But I think I'll survive for now. See, there's the effect of it. Beautiful sunset.
Marlon Hernandez is back out in that car 71, even though the team manager has been reported to go to the race control immediately. They are heading back out onto the racetrack in 16th position at the moment.
So back out into the race. Solan Amrouche out in 2nd position overall. The UCS1 category car was the same category as our race leader. Only 2 of those remaining after the demise of the sister Vortex number 20 car that started on pole position. And so Amrouche taking that car to the checkered flag, and 30 seconds or so ahead of Carl van der Westen.
She's had a tough weekend in the sprint, so it'll be, I'm sure, not great if she loses 2nd place here as well due to those investigations. So we'll have to see after the race what's happening there.
So those 2 cars back out on track. And Romain Favre has repassed Stéphane Perrin past Stéphane Perrin for second position in the Porsche Cup. And so now we think that car might have to take an additional 20 seconds compared to the Ligier Racing 908 car in the final stop. But for now, it's Romain Favre up into second position in the Porsche Cup. A minute and 47 behind Cesar van der Westen, who will take the number 14 2B Autosport car to the checkered flag. But as it stands at the moment, it's a 2B Autosport 1-2 in the Porsche Cup, unless Favre drops back behind Stéphane Perrin later in the race. And there we see the lead of these two cars. Whee!
It's an interesting route.
Yeah, the Anthony Baltoy car getting ahead of the unlapping himself against the Cesar van der Westen after that last stop dropped behind Romain Favre and Stéphane Perrin. It's just updated on the timing screen, but that is likely to change once these two cars give us their final pit stops. Any other cars left to give us one other top? It's the race leader in GT4 and in UCS Light as well. So here is our new Porsche Cup leader for now until they serve their final stop. Romain Favre, the 18-year-old Frenchman, trophy midget champion from a couple of years ago in his third year of car racing. He's been experiencing the worlds of GT and prototype racing over the last couple of years. Exciting young talent. Sharing the car with his father, Olivier, and also Jan Penlu for this weekend.
So it's been a strong outing from the three of them. He's always been there or thereabout, Romain Favre, in the top 5. Silver driver, obviously taking this to the end now, as many of the drivers would be that haven't had their driver swap. I mean, he's got, actually, to be fair, he's got one. They've got one stop left, but it looks like that is the one that's under investigation. So they have taken it, but one of their stops will be under investigation. So they've got no more stops to go. Stéphane Perrin just behind in the 908 car, still has to take another stop. And then Cesar van der Westen. Go on.
Yeah, no, this is a good point. Because there is one stop under investigation for the number 7, Romain Favre. And it's still telling us we have one stop left on that car. But applying the same logic that we used for the 21 Vortex, it means that because it's under investigation, it just hasn't taken it off the counter yet. So potentially that number 7 car is actually now the Porsche Cup class leader. And it's Stéphane Perrin who's the one who owns us a pit stop, and Cesar van der Westen would come out in second in category. But we will see that when the time comes.
What we do know is that David Hallyday and the number 1 car has led for much of this race, and they will, if they continue on this trajectory, become the winners overall.
Certainly will. 22 minutes left on the clock.
Shadows are starting to be cast across the track now as well, more for the drivers to contend with. It's that sort of thing, you know, if you're driving late into the start of the evening, it can, for me, I find it can really confuse my eyes when I'm trying to drive, so all the shapes and shadows change. So these drivers, even though they'll be used to it, they do have to contend with that sort of dusk feeling as you're trying to drive, which can be most confusing occasionally.
Solenam Rouge has actually lost out to Romain Favre somewhere on that previous lap, and that is for track position, 2nd overall. So Romain Favre absolutely flying in that Porsche Cup car.
Didn't see that happen on track, did we?
No.
I think the car 21 has got fresher tyres, maybe just not up to speed yet, but yeah, Romain Favre is doing an excellent job in the car number 7.
And more importantly as well, it's put a car between himself and his nearest class rival, which will eventually be the Cesar van der Westen car. Stéphane eventually brings that car into the pits, coming up to the last 20 minutes. As Daniel Wozinski in the GT4 lead, the L'Espace Bienvenu number 17 BMW M4 GT4 is now in pit lane. And so all eyes now are on Seb Ligier Racing and Stéphane Perrin to complete their last pit stop, and then the pit cycle will be finished.
See if they do a driver change or decide to stay. They've got a couple of minutes to take their final pit stop. There is an allocated window of when they can come in, so we'd expect to see Stéphane Perrin in soon as well. Otherwise, you can pick up, I'm sure, a hefty penalty for not serving your pit stop at the correct time. I'd like to see the replay of Romain Favre getting in past the car 21 and see exactly what happened there. But he's definitely enjoying his stint out there at the moment, isn't he? This is why you put your silver driver in last, to just finish the job. That's exactly what he's done. If all remains as it is at the moment, we're watching that car, Romain Favre, car number 7 in the Porsche category, leading the class at the moment. He's got clear air out there at the moment as well, so he's able to stretch his legs. And now we're just seeing car number 17, which has just come out the pits, continued with the same driver. However, we don't quite know where he's come out, just due to the timing screen not explaining. It looks like he's come out P8 at the moment. So
yeah, it was 2 laps clear of the UCS light class leader, wasn't he? So that should be okay. Anthony Beltoy setting the fastest lap of the race for the GP Racing team entry, as in that car's fastest lap at 48.0. Trying to close down the gap on Carmen Jorda. Stéphane Perrin into pit lane. So that's the last car.
Yep, comes past our commentary box, heading into the pits. And we'll see if there is a driver change or we remain with Stéphane Perrin.
And we will also get the confirmed order as well. So it does look like Romain Favre will have the lead in the number 7 car, because of course remember that last pit stop as well where Carl and Cesar swapped over. They would have taken another 31 seconds as well of the balance penalty as well, so that would explain why they swapped over in that last stop, despite the number 14 having led pretty much that category this entire race. So it might have to be settled for second eventually.
We'll see if maybe, I don't think with car 908 that Sébastien Loeb will come back, because he was in it for quite a long time earlier in the race. However, he is a bronze driver, I believe, so
yep,
he can come back in if he wants to. Minutes left then of this 4-hour endurance race in sunny Portimão. Cars are still screaming round this track. A little bit of a... So, oh, it is Sébastien Loeb has come out. So, in that 908 Porsche, they have had a driver change, and it is back to the man that started this race, Sébastien Loeb. And he will finish off the last 15 minutes we have here. And they've just dropped behind Cesar van der Westen now, so he's got a lot of work to do if he's trying to take the class win, or even second place.
I think it will be trying to defend the podium now, won't it, really, with Anthony Beltois, another silver driver, rather bearing down on them and lapping quite a bit quicker than what Stéphane Perrin was when he was in the car. So let's see if Loeb can hang on to that. But there is the car number 14, second in the Porsche Cup, fourth overall.
Maybe waited a little bit too long to come into the pits. And that car number 89 with the silver driver, like you say, behind the wheel, he's been out there longer, but he's also got into a rhythm, and he's comfortable out there. And like you say, he's lapping pretty quickly out there at the moment. Conditions are suiting him. So let's see what Sébastien Loeb can do. Coming out of the pits. Only a couple of minutes left, really, in how long a 4-hour endurance race is. I'll dash down and try and grab some interviews in a moment, so I'll leave you to enjoy the last few minutes on your own.
Well, with 14 minutes left on the clock, and now Sébastien Loeb has crossed the line, so we have a definitive order to give you now. It's David Hallyday in the #1 Vision Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo that leads by 4 laps to Romain Favre in the #7 2B Autosport Porsche 992 Cup car and the lead-in Porsche Cup. Then in third position, it's the second of the UC S1 cars, the Vortex, the number 21 Solon Am Rouge, who is at 24.5 seconds back from Romain Favre. Second in Porsche Cup and fourth overall, Cesar van der Westen, after losing the lead, 35 seconds back from Solon Am Rouge. Lost the class lead on that last pit stop there as well. And Sébastien Loeb trying to fend off Anthony Beltois in the number 908 car and the 89 respectively. And there we see Seb Loeb trying to hang on to his class lead, and Anthony Beltois only 3.6 seconds back, but lapping quite a bit quicker than Loeb at the moment. In UCS 3, it's Jimmy Lemounier in the sole remaining UCS 3 car with the 701 Vortex. GT4 lead going to L'Espèce Bienvenue, Daniel Wazinski in 8th position, and then our UCS light leaders, Jean-Louis Dauga in car 123 and Olivier Martinez in number 19. And second of the GT4 runners, Hervé Aloro in the Audi R8 GT4, and then third of the UCS light cars is Guillaume Massé. But now stop-go penalty for car number 7. That is the Porsche Cup leader and second overall for a pit stop time infringement.
That's what we were talking about with the little asterisk next to the pit stop. So I don't know now if we're going to see a couple of penalties come in for everybody that's got. There's another one there.
Car 13.
Car 13 as well, which is Hervé Aloro in the Audi, and they've been going pretty quick. So we're going to suddenly see another one there for car, stop go for 23 seconds for car 21, another pit time infringement. So that's at the moment Arouche.
And yeah, that one's hefty, 23 seconds. So that's quite a major blunder there for the Vortex car.
They had two, that's why.
Yes, exactly, good point. I thought another one just popped up as a track limits warning.
They're clearing them as they go, so
yeah,
no, they're not. So that should be it.
That could change the podium really, because that could put Cesar van der West in it. So Romain Favre's come in to serve his stop-go penalty. That would, I think, give the lead in class back to the sister number 14 car. Is a question about whether it's going to cost them a 1-2 finish here with Seb Lejeune and Anthony Beltois in hot pursuit. That battle in the Porsche Cup class now down to 1.6 seconds, although Seb Lejeune is returning serve and doing a personal best in the previous lap, but it's still about a second and a half slower than Anthony Beltois, who's now just 0.8 of a second behind Lejeune. As Romain Favre is making his way to the pit out, so we'll see where that car ends up emerging in the timing order. So remember, also penalties for the number 13 GL Racing car, but also more importantly for the 21. So basically our second and third place cars with hefty penalties.
We did suspect that this could be the case. So unfortunate for those drivers for the pit stop time infringement. I'm sure there will be some questions asked after the race in both garages about what went on there. If a couple of the drivers obviously, or teams rather, made a similar mistake. It's yeah, car 21 is a particularly hefty. Must be, well, both pit stops must have had exactly the same pit stop time infringement, and so 23 seconds is added to her car. She will have to come in and serve the stop-go penalty, as well as car number 13. So significant change at the top due to penalties, and it's good that we've had them sorted before the end of the race as well. So stewards have done a good job there to work out exactly what the infringement was and give them the adequate penalties. But it does significantly change both the overall podium and the Porsche podium as well.
So by the looks of things, Romain Favre has been able to just about hang on to second place. Yes, he's 6.2 seconds ahead.
So it didn't significantly change anything for that one.
Well, Solan Rouge still has to serve her penalty,
yes,
of course.
Which is 23 seconds.
Potentially see, but still more track limits warnings going out.
Marlon Hernandez, who isn't really in this race.
No.
He's just sort of been pootling around at the back.
Don't think he'll really care if he gets a 5-second penalty at this point.
With a bit of a practice session just at the back. There's some issues early on in the race, and it's kind of been in and out of the pits all race really, and not particularly taking part. So, do they have a time where they have to serve their pit lane stop-go penalty? Does it have to be within 3 laps? Because if she doesn't come in soon, car 21, she could be in with the chance of another penalty. She doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, I'd have to peruse the sporting regulations for the specifics on that.
Sometimes in certain regulations you have to serve your penalty within a certain amount of time.
Yes.
Otherwise you pick up an extra penalty, and with 6 minutes left, just over 6 minutes left on the clock, she's going to have to come in and serve it soon. Don't think car 13 have served it either. Oh, yes they have. Car 13 has, so it's just car 21. Small track limits. Reminders for the drivers.
And she's in.
Popping up, so here she comes then. 6 minutes left on the clock. She's going to have to be in here for a good 23 seconds, unfortunately. Stopping at her garage. And let's see where she comes out.
Yeah, this could be an opportunity here for Cesar van der Westen to try and get higher up on the, or get onto the overall podium, but I think that we could just see the Porsche Cup battle between Sébastien Loeb and Anthony Beltois, which is just 0.2 of a second separating those two cars now for the last spot on the Porsche Cup podium. There is the 908 car chasing, so the Martinet car, the 71, is several laps down and not really in this fight. It's the two cars at the head of this queue that we're more interested in. But interestingly enough, it actually looks like Marlon Hernandez is the fastest of the three cars at the moment. But either way, Anthony Beltois trying to close up the gap. No, sorry, excuse me, it's Beltois ahead, isn't it? It's Beltois in 5th position. Yep, the 89 is clear.
Oh.
And yep, so now Marlon Hernandez trying to round up that car as well. They're getting quite aggressive with it down into turn 1. And so, yes, Anthony Beltois now up into 5th position and 3rd amongst the Porsche Cup runners. That's been brewing for quite some time. As we enter the remaining 4.5 minutes left in this race, and at the end of this lap we'll see where Solanam Rouge has come out. She's on her out lap now. But, this is with the race leader.
Driven a great race, these three drivers. David Hallyday, who started the race, is going to finish it as well. We spoke to him after qualifying and he said he wasn't quite as happy yesterday as he has been today in qualifying when he was out practicing. Someone started the party a bit early there.
Got to be careful, we'll get a copyright strike on YouTube for that.
Sounds like your playlist going off again. I can imagine you having a ringtone.
They were doing it. They were doing that on the podium in the GT Sprint.
I did hear. I thought that is you.
Very good.
So the 908 is a bit going to have to move over a bit for David Hallyday, who's coming through.
Confirmation on the timing screen. Cesar van der Westen now 3rd overall after that late penalty for Solanam Rouge.
Can't get a break this weekend, can she?
No, but still 2nd of the UC S1 runners.
Car number 19. Who's 19?
It's the UCS light leader.
Ah, Olivia Martinez. The team manager has been told to report to the stewards after the race. Obviously, it would be after the race now because there's only 3 minutes left of this race. So I don't know what they've been doing out there to be ticked off by race control too. They've been busy race control today. They've had a lot of visitors, haven't they?
Oof. Still pushing is Romain Fav. That was a nice little save there through turns 2 and 3.
Don't want to throw it away now, do you?
No.
Start losing that concentration.
But 34.6 seconds, the gap between the top two in Porsche Cup. It will still be a 2B Autosport 1-2, just not quite the order we thought it was going to be after the 14 had led proceedings all the way from the start. Claire's heading downstairs to go and grab our top drivers in Parc Fermé when they get back to the pits at the end of the race. So we have less than 2 minutes left on the clock now. So keep an eye out for where the race leader is, and when he crosses the line, I imagine we will be on the penultimate lap now. And yep, the race leader's just gone past our commentary box position and ticked off lap number 122. So we are now on the last lap. Confirmation on the timing screen as well. Last lap has been started by David Hallyday in the Vision Ferrari 488 GT3. Romain Fav starts the final lap in the lead of the Porsche Cup category as well, in a fantastic performance for the 2B Autosport team. This is his teammate in second position, number 14, Cesar van der Westen. Some 35 seconds back. Ticks off his 117th lap. Just to give you some indication of the pace difference between the GT3 Ferrari and the Porsche Cup machinery. 122 laps for David Hallyday, 117 for the two Porsche Cup leaders. Surely it won't be long before we see David Hallyday making his way across the timing line. So the clock has officially run out. We've just hit 23 minutes past 8 local time in the beautiful sunset here. And here is the race leader coming across the line. Victory in the Trofeu Gte 4-hour endurance race in Portimão for the #1 Vision team, the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo of David Hallyday, Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pani. Second in category will be Solenan Rouge. And across the line now in the Porsche Cup victory is Romain Fav for the 2B Autosport team, alongside his father Olivier and Jan Penlu as well. It's a 2B Autosport 1-2 with the Van der Westen brothers Cesar and Carl across the line in third position overall, second in category. Anthony Beltois will join them on the podium as well in the number 89 crew with Gabriel Pima and Loic Thier. And there is Guillaume Massé, third of the UCS Light runners. That category won by the number 19 of Benoit Marion, Julien Bouni and Olivier Martinez, who brought the car across the line. The 1-2-3 car, second in that category, Frédéric de Brabant and Jean-Louis Dauger. UCS 3 won by Jimmy Luminaire, Stéphane Gouvernier and Christophe Derinault in the 701 Vortex. That will be the last car to cross the finish line. And then UCS 4, Daniel Wazinski brings the number 17 L'Espace Bienvenue BMW M4 GT4 home in 8th position overall, alongside Reggie Rigo de Seb. And there is the Vortex, the last car across the line. We lost the number 29 XP Racing Ferrari 488. We lost the number 20 Vortex of Olivier and Arnaud Gomez. We also lost the 91 Mirage Racing Porsche 991.2 Porsche. We half lost the 71 Martinet by Almera's Porsche Cup car. It did get back out again, but 73 laps off the lead in the end. But the winning streak continues for the #1 Vision team. David Hallyday brings the car back into pit lane, and you can see how late in the day we've run here in Portimão. Almost 8:30 for the end of this race. David Hallyday parks the #1 car up in position 1, the #1 board, and then it will be Romain Favre and Cesar van der Westen alongside him. Struggling with the door ever so slightly there. But, there is Romain Favre. 2B Autosport celebrating a 1-2 in the Porsche Cup category. David Hallyday celebrates out of the car. There we go, celebrates with his teammates as well. Jean-Paul Pani and Jean-Bernard Bouvet there with him. And finally pulling up is Cesar van der Westen as well. So hopefully Claire's downstairs, and we'll be able to hear from our top drivers from the Trofeu Gte race. I think we can hear from Claire now.
I am indeed down here with the top 3 drivers. Unfortunately, they take a little time to take their helmet off. So, as you can see, David is just taking his helmet off now, or we can go and grab a chat with him. He wanted to obviously congratulate his team first, obviously the 2 drivers that were alongside him in this win. I'm going to grab him almost immediately, as he has no time to even do his hair. So, shall we have a quick chat? Congratulations.
Thank you.
David, well done. That was an incredible race. Really good strategy from you and your team as well. You managed to come in quite early for 2 stops and then really managed to pace out the stops as it went. Talk me through your race.
Right, I took the decision in my first stint to stop a little early to, well, it turned out to be kind of a good mistake. I thought I had something on the rear left tire. Ended up having nothing, but we had one penalty done already before anyone else, and then we kept on, so it was a kind of a unfortunate good mistake. So and we kept going, and we have a great guy. Jan is a wonderful engineer, and throughout the 4 years racing with him, he's always had the best strategies. So no, it was a good race. It was a good race. The car was great. Nothing to say. Let's see what these guys have to say.
Let's bring you in. Congratulations, obviously, your teammate. We'll go for the ones that speak English, because unfortunately I don't speak French, but congratulations. What a fantastic race out there. I was just saying to David, what a fantastic strategy that you worked on for that 4 hours.
I think we have the big chance to have most of the time a fantastic strategy, and with me 2 fantastic pilots as well. At the beginning of the race, we were a little bit worried about the tires, if we could have a constant grip or not, and finally it was perfect. We had the help of Goodyear, and finally we are the winner, and that's the most important when we are racing car.
Well, congratulations. Jean-Bernard, no English, but in French, happy?
Yes, happy. Very good race for me.
He does speak English.
Yes.
They always tell me they don't speak English, and then suddenly they speak English. Well, congratulations, guys. We can do it all again in a couple of months' time. You can go and relax now, and yeah, get some fluids in you. Because
relax, want to keep going.
Oh, okay. He's going to go party. Great. Okay. Let's see. Congratulations, guys. Let's see if I can find any of the other drivers that are still around. We've got Cesar just over here, so let's grab Cesar. Okay, so let's try and grab Cesar. One sec. Yeah, give 1 sec, we're just going back. Here we are. Wow. I'm glad I wasn't downwind of that sweat just then. Congratulations, guys. That was incredible. Just at the end, you managed to get the podium as well due to someone else's penalty. However, you were there for much of the race. This is really deserved, isn't it?
Yeah, that was very difficult. I think we deserve it as a team together. But I give everything I have and I'm really dead now.
It was a long 4 hours. Why was it so punishing, do you think, for you?
First, the temperature, and after the up and down with the car. I'm not used to this, so it was very tiring for me. So.
And also quite physically challenging. And also we've got this wind. Was wind causing you any issues out there?
I don't think so, because I could brake later at the end of the straight line, and I found my way to brake at the right moment, so not really.
How important is this to do it as brothers as well, especially picking up podiums and really leaning in each other and trusting each other with that car?
They are the best moments that you can get. He pushes me, I push him, and we trust each other into ending the race.
Were you getting nervous to the end of the race there, especially when you saw that penalty come in?
Yeah, the last 15 minutes were a bit stressing.
Very stressful. Congratulations. It's a podium for you guys, so congratulations. I'll see if I can find third place. I don't think I have him. We always lose drivers quite quickly. So, unfortunately, we can't find who finished in second place at the moment, which would be Roman, who is around somewhere. But we lose drivers very quickly. Right, I think we should end it there because the party has already started behind me. But make sure you join us tomorrow because we've got 6 hours of racing in the Pro Stop Endurance Cup. So make sure you join us then. We're going to have the live stream, 6 hours of everything. So make sure you come join us here live from Portimão.
Congratulations, guys. In second position, car number 1, 2, 3, Frédéric de Brabant and Jean-Louis Dauga. Second position, a very hotly contested class throughout the 4 hours. But the race winners from car number 19, Benoit Marion, Julien Bouni and Olivier Martinez.
Congratulations, gentlemen. In honour of your victory, the French national anthem. Congratulations, gentlemen. Please wait for the photos, hold the trophies high, and then celebrate with the champagne!
Pour l'instant, ça va. Avec le coucou. Si, je parle là.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Vous m'entendez par le micro d'ambiance de la caméra.
And more fantastic racing in the UGT light category. Right, next up we have our UCS4 category for the GT4 machines. In second position, aboard the GL Racing Team Audi R8 GT4 LMS, Philippe Cosi and Hervé Aloro. The winner in UCS4 in the last best Bienvenue BMW M4 GT4, Reggie Rego de Seb and Daniel Wasinski. Congratulations, gentlemen, and for your victory, we will hear the French national anthem. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please hold for the photos. Enjoy the champagne as well. Congratulations once again to the last best Bienvenue team. Absolute dominant performance in UCS4 today. Next up, in the Porsche Cup, and boy did this have us on our feet for the last 20 minutes or so. In third position for the GP Racing Team, Gabriel Pimor, Ligier and Anthony Beltoy. Wonderful last stint from Anthony there, charging up through the order. The third position trophy, very well earned. In second position for 2B Autosport, Carl and Cesar van der Westen. The Van der West twins, as I nicknamed them in commentary. Leading for so much of that race, doing a superb job right up until the end. But the winners, making it a 2B Autosport 1-2 in class, Roman Fab, Olivier Fab and Jan Penlu. Wonderful to see Lad and Dad up there on the podium together. And again, Roman was lightning fast in that final stint. And once again, for their victory, we will hear the French national anthem. Congratulations, gentlemen, please celebrate with the champagne! Congratulations to the top three in Porsche Cup, always providing the entertainment in both the sprint and endurance this weekend. Always wonderful to see. Now we move on to the UCS3 category, the sole remaining runner from Team Vortex, Christophe Derinau, Stéphane Gte and Jimmy Luminaire. Might have been the sole remaining runner, but still a phenomenal drive from these three. And once again we will hear the French national anthem. Congratulations to the Vortex team, and celebrate with the champagne! Thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations once again. Remarkable performance out there. Penultimate podium is the UCS1 category. And aboard the number 21 Vortex, it was Solon and Rouge and Cyril Cambard. Fighting right up at the sharp end of the field, moving up the order wonderfully throughout the race. So congratulations to them. But the winners, the number one Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo from Team Vision, Jean-Paul Pani, Jean-Bernard Pouvet, and Darren Hallyday. Didn't quite lead the entire way, but once they had the lead, they did not yield it. And for their victory, we will hear the French national anthem. Please hold for the photographs, hold the trophies high. You've earned them. Thank you very much. And finally, we move on to the scratch podium, because it was hard fought right up until the end. Didn't quite know which way it was going to go. So for the scratch podium, we have from 2B Motorsport, once again, Carl and Cesar van der Westen. Wonderful performance all race long. keeping their car pointing straight and true. Third position. In second position, also from 2B Autosport, Roman Favre, Olivier Favre and Jan Pedlu. Congratulations to the 2B Autosport team on a remarkable day at the office. But it wasn't quite as remarkable as Team Vision, the winners overall, Jean-Paul Panet, Jean-Bernard Bouvet and David Hallyday! And one last time for their victory, we will have the French national anthem. Please hold for the photos. Hold those trophies high and enjoy the champagne!
Ouais, ça va, j'ai pas une goutte, les gars.